Yeah, that's it. And we welcome you to Inside Foos's coverage of the 2025 Tornado ITSF World Series. I'm Keith Glenn. To my left is Mark Torres. I guess it's to the right of your screen.
Yeah, you got that right.
We are here on day 3 of the ITSF Tornado World Series. We are into the singles portion of the event. We did singles yesterday for the gold finals. This is what is the equivalent of open men's singles and women's singles.
It's been a day. It's been a couple of days of amazing action.
Yes, it has.
We crowned the gold finals champions, and then we're going to get into the heat of singles and doubles. We did the classic stuff already, so now rollers are in play. All the accoutrements of everything you can do on a table are in play, and we're going to get rolling with that. Here's a view of the room, and the day's just starting. We're in qualifying rounds.
We are, and so basically the singles event that's going on right now is the one that Tommy won last year to qualify for the gold finals that we saw last year. As we are getting some table one action, the graphics on your screen are not accurate.
And we are at.
And I'm trying to figure out who we are watching here currently.
So we are at the mercy of our wonderful production and engineering team.
Yes.
They're a French team. English is pretty good. And when you see stuff, and there is still a little bit, we got to talk about this. So the names aren't right.
The names are not right. And we did kind of get a answer as far as if you've been with us all weekend, you know that we've been experiencing some drop frames and basically lag latency, like right there, as you see on your screen. And we have identified the issue. And the question is whether or not it can be addressed while we basically are here this weekend.
And it's not, once again, it's our wonderful partners from France that are responsible for managing this stuff.
They're doing a great job for us.
Yeah.
You know, this is not on them. It's a hardware issue. Basically, they're pumping the same feed to a lot of different TVs and monitors, and there's basically just a processing power issue, and that's what's causing that.
So I may leave the air for a minute just to check in and see.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, yeah, that's you. In the meantime, folks, it's bright and early here for us on a Saturday. We've been here for 3 days. So I do apologize that we are kind of just getting our feet wet here. This ITSF stuff is giving me fits, I promise. At some point I'll figure it out on the flight home on Monday. Trying to find matches in progress here. But this is a qualifying match. Oh, that's the other reason. So, funny story. Give you a little anecdote while we're in pause and play here. There's a gentleman trying to climb up the back of the bleachers last night in the middle of the gold final between Tommy Yor and Johan Sikot. And there was a loud bang. And I was dared to bring this up on air. But the individual tried to suggest that I was the only one who witnessed it. And I'm pretty sure the gentleman on the right of your screen was standing next to me. So I need to figure out his name at a minimum just to verify the fact that I'm not telling tall tales. Okay, I found matches in progress. Now I just need to find table one. Table one. Oh, okay, I apologize. I think that graphic is accurate. On the left of your screen, that's Javi Ruiz Moreras. And on the right, that's Paul Biquet. As Javi gets the pickup, it makes it 3-3. And it does look like Javi doesn't... Or if I had to guess, it looks like Paul's up 1-0. Javi, of course, participated in the gold finals. He qualified on I believe it's called the Infinity Table. As I'm going to pause here for a second as our awesome support team here takes a look at our stream. We're hot.
And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be watching around the world, as we are now live at the 2025 Tornado World Series event here at the beautiful Westin Hotel at DFW Airport in Dallas, Texas. And it should be Jim Stevens along with Keith Glenn. And make sure I introduce you as well. And
for the first time in 4 years.
Yeah. No, it's great. Great to sit next to you, and great to watch some great foosball here this weekend. Of course, it was a lot of fun last night to watch the Americans actually sweep the two big events, which, you say, yes, this event is in America. Maybe they should, but the competition was tough, and it was never a sure thing that those two American players, and we're talking about Sullivan Rue and Tommy Yor, were going to win those final matches or even get to them. So great job by those two. Exciting night, exciting opening night for us. And we got a good one here in zone number 1. This is qualifying in men's singles. We'll kind of talk about that, Keith, as the day goes on, how this works. The qualifying rounds are early, elimination rounds are later. All singles events are held simultaneously. So you got to kind of pick which one you want to play, and you can't play in both senior and men's, senior and women's. But you get to choose one, and they all happen simultaneously. This is John Smith, who has possession of the ball, the Hall of Fame player out of the Houston, Texas area.
Texas legend John Smith, correct?
Texas legend John Smith, that's right. Going up against a Canadian, Ahmed Taha, who we will from now on during the course of this match, Keith, refer to just as Taha.
Yes.
Because that's what he likes. He is Taha. Kind of like Pele or
yes.
Ronaldo.
I was trying to come up with one, yeah.
Here's
I don't know. I thought a seal. I don't know.
Seal.
Oh. Yeah, we're a little hot there.
Oh, it's the first match of the day.
Yeah,
and you see there on that replay as John
in.
Smith gets on the scoreboard first with that squared off pull shot down the middle. And that is John Smith. He is a prototype Texas pull shooter.
As they very often are.
As
I'm not a very good color commentator, Jim. I have to.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
Taha finds the straight there.
Yeah, he plays the game a little differently, goes traditional here with that straight. Or even at 1 here in game 1, best 2 games out of 3. And again, this is qualifying round action. All of these players here early in the day are playing matches in order to be higher seeded, lower seeded, whatever.
I think it's 2 wins to make the main, and then less than that, you end up in the secondary bracket for the rest of the day, correct?
Okay.
If I read the flyer correctly?
You are good at color. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's the sort of thing, yeah. It's
also worth noting, this is the event that if you win this, then you get to participate in what we saw yesterday with the gold finals. This is how you qualify for that.
And you qualify for the World Cup or World Championships as well,
yes.
Which we're only about 5 weeks away now in Zaragoza, Spain. Smith tried to go to that inside. Picked up here by Taha. John Smith, 1991, I believe it was, won both singles and doubles at the Tornado World Championships. Right here, about 1.5 miles away. The Hyatt Hotel in the middle. Actually, that was the Hilton Hotel back then, which is about 4 miles away, right over in Grapevine, Texas.
Had dinner in Grapevine last night. It's very nice.
It is a nice town. And there's Taha setting it up and stroking it home.
Interesting to see John go with the reverse there. Taha able to get around it. Good patient. Oh, sticks it through the lane.
Yeah, John Smith always, that was one of his virtues as a player, was his patience. Didn't always have the biggest pull shot or the most physically talented 5-row, but he always got the job done using his head, using his patience, using his grit. Very tough player on the table, but it really, I think if you look back at those 80s, 90s players that came out of Texas, every one of them, you wouldn't want to go into the back alley and fight them because they got a lot of experience doing that at foosball tournaments on a weekly basis. It was hard-nosed foosball. It was tough, and you would see the occasional fisticuffs as a result of
different era
of a DYP.
Oh, somebody's shaking our booth here.
Yeah, that's Mark.
Yeah,
Mark Torres, of course, here with us.
Oh, good push shot there from John out of the back.
And that's another thing that he can do. It's score that ball from the 2-row. Always been an exceptional singles player. And he's up 3-2 here in this opening game.
Yes. Some players have been using that iPad behind the table to update our graphics there at the bottom of your screen. Not all.
Yeah, it's a matter of remembering to do it, I suppose.
And if you're not used to it.
Yeah, and for the big matches, of course, we have an actual scorer usually sitting at the end of the table. Taha trying to go long there. Went wide of the goal, knocks it right back towards his goal. Uses the left hand to keep it out. Again, you're looking at qualifying round action. Round 4 of the qualifying rounds.
Yes. Getting through this event pretty quickly. You only started about 2 hours ago.
That's how these things go. And what's nice is we'll speed through this qualification round in the morning, and then they'll take a little break for lunch. And then later in the afternoon, the elimination rounds will start. You always get a lot of foosball. In this format, we've talked about it ad nauseum on various talk shows and on the air here. But you always play a lot. You're never out in 2 in the Swiss system format. In fact, you're pretty much guaranteed a minimum, especially in this format this weekend with the secondary qualification rounds, that guaranteed at least 4, 5, 6 matches, which is nice.
As Taha gets an equalizer from his 5-bar there.
Yeah, he can do that.
Good eye.
Tied up at 3. Jim and Keith bringing you some early morning, for us at least. It's actually 11:38.
For a foosball tournament, that's anything before noon at a foosball tournament, I feel is.
And for some of us, it's even earlier. It's 10:38 Colorado time. And I was looking at Brad Anderson as I came in. Brad lives on the big island of Hawaii.
That's about 4 or 5
right
in the
now
morning.
it's 6:38, yes.
Yeah, I don't have an
home
excuse.
here.
It's afternoon for me.
That's right. You have no excuse.
But I've been here for 3 days. I've adjusted
You have.
to the 1 hour difference.
John Smith with that big pull shot makes it 4-3.
And
we've
Taha
got a
calls timeout.
timeout. Yep, this tournament kind of the first ever of its kind, an international event, a World Series event, kind of mixed with the Texas State Championships. And there you see Taha with that long pull shot. You see Smith, see the ball from every angle here. Good. Let's see the replay of the table of Smith and now of Taha. And then John, of course, came back, finding that squared off hole down the middle.
I think that was on the 15th second, that short that he tucked.
It wouldn't surprise me. And then that push shot from goal. Taha answered. John took a closer look.
It is nice having the replay.
It is. Replays, multiple.
Highlight reel.
Yeah. And we've got a stoppage in play as...
Dare we? I'm not a big booth
thinking-
cam guy, but dare we switch since we got a
We
little
can.
pause here?
Yeah, sure. We can see what we look like.
Which is unfortunate. It's early for us, folks. Well, there's your room, but
Isn't that beautiful? And there's us.
Yeah.
Both of us dressed in
This
the
is us.
appropriate black.
yes, we coordinated nicely on that. Black hat, black shirt.
So what I think is happening now, and Taha has left the arena, I believe
Referee.
that we're maybe looking at an official here.
I think it was that one long pull shot. I think he's questioning
The
if
time?
John is
Yeah.
operating within his. I mean, it was long. It was close to 15 if it wasn't.
Yeah, and why not? And, there's never a reason not to get an official, I think. I think it's always a good idea.
Oh, yeah,
to
if there's a
get
question,
one.
you don't want to walk away from the table being like, oh, it kind of felt like he was taking 15, 16, 17,
No.
18 seconds, and then kick yourself after
Let's
the
bring
fact.
science and math into the equation and
Yes.
and just take care of business. Let someone else manage that side of things. And really for the big matches, in most cases at a World Series and certainly at a World Cup, there is always an official or officials
Oh,
at
yes.
the table. Always. It's mandated, which is nice and really as it should be. What other sport really is there played at the highest level where they don't have an official?
Ultimate
present?
Frisbee.
Is that right? Is that all self?
They use what they call spirit of the game, and if there is an issue, they can have quote unquote observers that you
Okay.
can appeal
I
to.
like that.
But generally,
But
it's
such a
self-officiated.
such a hippie sport that
It used to be. It has that reputation still outside of the circle, but it's pretty.
I know, but that's
Yeah.
that's the origination of it. Really is coming from
Yes.
that cool kind of California, Florida vibe.
Well, the frisbee was the concept came from college kids throwing around pie tins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the fun history of that. But
Yeah, and pie tins could hurt if they hit you in the head.
anything, actually, I don't know if I have a scar under my left eye from getting hit in the face with a frisbee a few weeks ago,
Oh, no
or
kidding.
probably
Oh,
about
I
a month
see it.
ago. Yeah,
I do see it. Yeah, I don't know if you can
I
see
haven't
it on
quite healed
camera,
up.
but
Yeah,
we can
I'm
s-
good at ultimate frisbee. It got deflected and I caught it in the face.
And you've commentated ultimate frisbee as well.
That's actually how I got my start. Yeah, my first play-by-play I ever did was for the newly founded at the time Professional Ultimate Frisbee League.
Is that what it was called?
It was actually called the American Ultimate Disc League because frisbee is a trademark term
Model.
with a Waymo
Oh,
corporation.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
So it's
So you can't call it frisbee and anything that kind of competes with that. So it's the disc.
it is a disc.
So
All right, so we are awaiting an official. Taha is now working the room, seeing if he can find one.
honestly, here, haven't been out on the road in a while, but Florida State was just a few weeks ago, and it was good. There was not a ton of matches being called. or sorry, refs being called. But when there was, Kristen Grogan basically had to beg someone to ref a match. Here, it's been a little bit more available.
Yeah, they are. They are more available, and looks like we do have someone headed over to the table. So we will have an official here momentarily.
I don't see the black and white stripes.
And that's also required.
Yes.
We must wear that.
Strict on the dress code this weekend.
As it should be.
I'm pretty sure my inside foos polo qualifies, right? I should be able to play in this later.
Totally.
Yeah, right?
Totally.
My golf shorts.
I mean, it says sporting attire, but I'm seeing a couple of T-shirts.
Well, I think it said sports shirt. So I don't know what the specific was on that.
Yeah, it's a polo shirt. If it's good enough for a golfer, it's good enough for a foozer. I think it's how it always is. All right, players are returning now to the arena. There you see Taha, the Canadian, entering.
As we made a comment about the necessary black and white shirt, we do not have one.
We do not have one, no. All right, fines are forthcoming.
I have to take it out of his paycheck. Oh.
Yeah.
Helps.
Right there.
Sorry,
There it
folks. Yeah.
Yeah, we're working with a couple of different feeds here this weekend. The ITSF crew handling most of the production duties, a little bit on our end as well.
It has been nice, though. It's quite the production from our French friends. As it does look like we were so good for that 10 minutes.
All right, 4-3 lead, and we do have the score on screen now.
Yes, we do. They updated it during that break.
Yep,
and it does appear that time was the issue.
Yeah, they do have it backwards, though. It's actually 4-3 in favor of Smith.
Yes.
And we do bring in the timer. And we're back underway. It is 4-3 in favor of John Smith, as opposed to Ahmed Taha, despite with the
graphic at the bottom there says.
Yeah. And we are working on these lagging issues, by the way, folks. The French crew is doing everything they can.
It was resolved for a moment there, seemingly, but we're back to having a bit of an issue.
John Smith trying to slide that one up the table, picked up on the 5 by Taha. He went with a quick shot. He's going to spin back to Smith, who can win game number 1 right here. And every ball matters when qualifying, because I do believe that individual points, point differential matters. And there's the straight hole. Game number 1 goes to John Smith.
Yeah, it was interesting. Obviously, the quote-unquote Texas State events, the lower-ranked things, pro and down, also operating on the Coral software, and a lot of the lower-ranked players not used to having to keep track of their game score and then not realizing it until they go to enter the results for their first match.
They have to remember what happened in game number 1.
I don't think it really quite mattered for those double elimination events.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of players just, fudge it.
I think for analytics and for your own personal use, oftentimes, if that's accessible, I think it's not a bad thing to enter those scores.
Never a bad thing to have more information. As we little discussion with our referee here.
1-0 lead for the Hall of Famer, the American Hall of Famer, John Smith.
When was John inducted, do you know?
I'm going to say sometime in the 2010s.
Okay.
Early 2010s. We'd have to look that up.
Very cool to see the Hall of Fame ceremony this year with Tony and Billy finally getting inducted.
Well, finally, this is the first
year of eligibility,
and certainly they're both no-brainers, obviously, two of the top 10 or 15 players in the history of the American Tour.
Yes. And Tony showed up after playing over in Europe on their tables and just casually tripled.
And that's what he does. There you see Taha with that rolling pull shot. Dead man to that corner.
Got around him. Nice. Oh, they're just realizing that they got the scores flipped from the first game.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know that they had. Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
they're realizing.
It is flipped. Smith won that first game 5-3. And it does matter. So you do want to get this right.
Question is this is the first time we've seen this issue where they got it crossed?
Yeah. I mean, the official didn't know either of these players, and he walked up and said, "What's your name?" And John said, "John Smith," and the official said, "No, I mean your real name."
Jane Doe.
I guess they're going to clarify it after the match because then
Yeah, that's why I was questioning. I don't know if there's a way to fix it from the iPad there.
Here's Smith.
Tries to come middle.
4th round, qualification action. Was it 5 rounds, 6 rounds? What is it in the, do you know, in singles?
I can find out. Okay. That I can contribute as a color commentator. I do have the flyer
There's
saved.
John. This one either was a long split or got around Taha for the first point in this second game for Smith. We're even at 1. This event really does have the feel of an international event. A lot of players here from Europe and players here from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait.
I've been at Texas State before. Always a great production as far as being in the room. This is unlike anything I've seen in the States.
Yeah, that's finals area, as you folks can see on that one shot of the arena. Really attractive. What great playing conditions. Always great playing conditions here, whether it's Texas State or the World Series. But kind of nice to have both of them. Kind of a hybrid. Best of both worlds, literally. Taha with a left hand. Have some difficulty with it, and then just sort of stabbed it up the table. A bit fortunate to get the ball back here in his own goal area.
So to answer question, if I'm interpreting this correctly, which there's a high probability that I may not be, it does appear that their qualifications continue for 4 rounds with players accumulating points after each round.
This is it.
This will do it.
Yeah. And there's Smith stroking it home. Let's see where this one goes. It goes long, all the way around that standard defense of Ahmed Taha.
Oh, nice keep out there.
And a couple of blocks there by Smith. Well, that's the key for those of you who really just kind of getting started playing singles. Think defense. You always have to be thinking defense. That left hand has to be back on that goalie rod a significant amount of the time.
Especially if you're just getting started and you're playing the lower rank stuff. If you have the ball, just keep it moving in the right direction.
Yep. That's to the right, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Left to right.
Taha up 2-1 here in the second game. Good to increase his lead here as he takes his time, try to go to that straight
foul corner.
Saw Smith kind of show it to him and come back to it. And then bringing it over with that little mini kind of pull kick near side, a little tic-tac to the corner.
It's a good response here from Taha.
He's up 3-1 here in the second game after Smith won the opening game 5-3, despite what the graphic says in that lower left corner. Smith again controlling the pace here.
Tripling up on that wall.
Setting the ball slightly behind the rod. John Smith. We waited for that straight. Taha never really gave it to him. Got a piece of it, and then Taha able to snag the rebound on his 5. Taha, I think, one of those players that they aren't a lot of fun to play against because he's always kind of trying new things. You never know what he's going to do. He's not a conventional style player. When he gets it here, he kind of is, but uncomfortable to play against, and that's a compliment to him. And he's up 4-1 as he finds this hole to the long side of the goal.
Sped it up there. Smith establishing the wall here. Both players, really.
John's continuing to try to work that straight rebound. Comes right to the 3 rod of Taha. Looking to put away game number 2. Smith not giving up the straight, or rather the split. Again, John can be dangerous back here from this 2-row.
We've seen him hit this spray from his push shot earlier in the match. Has Taha been going 2 to 5 the whole time?
No. I mean, much of the time, yes. Other times he has sort of stabbed at it, but for the most part, that has been his approach, yeah.
Executes it nicely there.
Another chance here for Taha to close out game number 2 and even this matchup at a game apiece. 4th and final round of qualifications.
Oh, tried to
That
John
one right
Wayne
back
him.
in his own goal.
Yeah, if you set the bumper against the wall and you try to hit the John Wayne, you can't hit it straight. You have to angle it a little.
So, you've sat at home and worked on this, apparently.
I have. If you set it a little off the bumper, then you can come over and just bang it. But
and speaking of John Wayne's, one of the significant absences here this weekend, of course, is Ryan Moore.
He's here.
Oh, is he here?
Yeah,
okay,
saw him this morning.
Oh, that's right. I did see Yvette.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, I saw her yesterday,
Yeah,
and I haven't seen Ryan,
but Ryan, the best John Wayne in the history of the sport, no doubt.
Wasn't there a match where he hit?
Yeah, 13 of them against David Maring on table number 1, commentated it at the Worlds.
And I think I saw the
a
video.
Long pull shot there. Right. See John, that classic Texas pull shooting style. So basically what they do with the replays here is they sort of catch you up on all the scores of the match.
Yes, nice recap.
Are we live? John Smith has gotten back into it, now trailing 4-3 after being down 4-1 here in game number 2.
Taha with the stub there. Looked like John was going to block him even if he had executed it, but goalie rod to 5.
And this one's stolen away by Smith, who's got an opportunity here to even it at 4. Smith. Looking at the straight.
Calls timeout. Or,
Time call.
oh, he got him on the time. So good.
So there you go.
Taha, yeah.
Pays off.
Not incorrect.
See if he can take advantage of it. Is that time call? And John's saying, "Are you sure about that?" I'm not sure. There's ever been an occasion when John Smith has been called for a time call that he didn't also argue it.
It's one of those things where, depending, referee, it's the second the ball is reachable. It's not from when you set up.
That's right.
So unless you start counting the second you get a man on the ball.
Yeah, and oftentimes that can be 5-6 seconds before you get that ball in a set position. But he's continuing to question it.
I mean, yeah, it was not. It was a lengthy.
It was lengthy. It was a lengthy possession, and not sure what we're doing here. Taha needed to take a little walk here. He's a little heated.
Well, I don't you have an official on the table. How are you gonna argue with them? You're not gonna get them to change their mind.
No, and then it's up to the official at some point to stop this.
Yeah, say the call was made. And let's move on.
Delay of game. Yep. And John loves to argue.
I mean, who doesn't? Especially over a foosball match. I think that's also part of being a traditional Texas pole shooter, is arguing with someone after they call you for time.
100%. You are correct. Unless your name's Tracy McMillan.
Yeah. Actually, I hadn't seen him all weekend, but I think he was
he's here.
sitting right in front of us a second ago.
Okay. This official needs to
put an end to this.
move on.
And I will say that is kind of
Taha's getting a little irritated, as he should. This needs to move on. Not sure what we're looking up here. Looking up the rule, perhaps. I don't know.
It's almost a problem with the fact that the matches are being officiated by members of what we call the Foos family. No one wants to be rude or mean to each other.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you checking the app? I think the phone can count to 15 pretty accurately.
Yes.
Better than you can in your head when you're eyeballing the goal.
I think they're reviewing the rules here about maybe when that, as you talked
your
about,
shot clock
when it actually starts. Yeah. And John, I think, is going to get a bit of a lesson here, although this is not the time for this.
Yes.
This is, we've made the call, let's move on. We can discuss this after the match.
So if you're just getting into the sport, this is a good lesson in etiquette here.
And the official, and I apologize, I don't know his name.
I think he might be an international player.
He's an international player. And I think he has made his point to Smith. And Smith has also
finally conceded.
He has, and maybe this isn't a bad thing for Taha. Smith did have the momentum leading into this ball, and he had an opportunity there to even it at 4. So this delay maybe take a little bit of the air out of Smith's comeback. Taha needing just one more here to send this to a third game. And instead he turns the ball over.
So all that arguing, and we're back where we started.
All right, clock is running.
Yes.
3 or 4 or 5. Go
Tries
quick
to go quick.
straight.
Honestly, I don't hate the going fast after you were just called for taking your time.
No, you don't want to. You actually want to take 14 and
10
a half.
again, yeah.
And even risk getting it called again.
Yeah.
Which may not work against
I guess that's true. You're probably expecting them to go shorter to make sure they don't lose possession.
It is 4-3 right now, despite what the graphic says in the lower left corner.
Yeah, our timekeeper not tracking score.
In fact, I think that's maybe because that is when they realized it was wrong. And they just didn't want to go any farther, I suppose.
Just say we'll fix it later.
Another chance here for Smith to even this second game up.
Oh, but our graphic is now accurate from game 1. Somebody flipped it.
Oh, it sure is. Look at that. Somebody at the system level.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe Taha went over there during that lengthy discussion and had them fix it.
You had a chance to do several things during that lengthy discussion. Still 4-3. Both players have had opportunities
On goal
to score. Another one here for John. Smith finds a very tight straight hole. It's 4-4.
Match ball for Smith.
Taha, who was up 4-1 in this second game, now finds himself tied.
Now he has to have the ball, and he turns it over.
Turnover again. That long break did not benefit him. Of course, he was already on the wrong side of a comeback.
Yes.
From John Smith, who was looking to complete that comeback right here. John takes his time and strokes it home. And then 2 straight games, John Smith defeats Ahmed Taha. And John Smith, we will see where he qualifies, but a good way to finish off the qualifying round if you're a player, and that's by winning that final one in this Swiss system. Don't know that we'll have any more qualification rounds right now, but a good chance for you and I to kind of refamiliarize and reacclimate.
Yeah, catch up.
I thought
It's
you
been
did a great job. And one thing I did notice, and I'll talk about that off the air here in a minute, but we'll be back with more action here in a little bit.
Yeah, sit tight, folks.
see if it's working while the whole group is doing this. Mark. Okay. That's really all we needed. It's fun though. Just take it easy on me. All right, bro. This is mine. Yeah, there's 2 more in here. All right. I don't want you to. Sounds good. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah.
letting you know, I'm waiting on my buddy. I called him. I'm like, dude, this is table 3, I think, right?
No, this is 1.
1?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wonder where 3 is.
Probably over there.
Tony Taylor and Angela table 3. Tony Taylor.
That was great.
What is wrong with me? Can't hit the ball straight. Not good.
That's Bob.
Are you going to ref this expert single final?
They don't ask for right?
Actually, I thought because
No, no,
on
I
table 1 and I saw you on table 1, so I'll stay around if they ask for it. Because we are champions.
Yeah, yeah.
Number 1, Dominic Wiggins. And Peter Silva.
up, push side.
I score high, yeah, I score high.
Peter Shingle. Peter Shingle. Dominic. Expert singles.
How's it going? Hello. You are Peter Single? Okay. I'm sorry to say it took a little bit of time for you guys to come here. So if we could just try to start the match quickly. Warm up, do your thing, but try not to take too much time, please. Thank you.
Do you want to
What did he say? More time or?
Yeah, that's a little bit hard. That we could start as soon as possible. We can try, but yesterday they told me that we will play at 4. Yesterday
We're live.
Hi again, everybody. Jim Stevens, Mark Torres. Again, both of us dressed in black. You got the memo. That's great. I think it looks very elegant on you.
Was there a memo?
There was no memo.
Or did you just see
It's
how I was dressed
coincidence.
and run up and change your clothes?
I do that. I do that a lot.
What are we watching here? What are we about to watch? These guys are still warming
We
up.
have got the expert singles final coming up here on table number 1. And again, folks, this is international foosball meets American style Texas State foosball. This is actually a Texas State event. In other words, it's double elimination, played in the more traditional American style. So we're going to have 2 European players playing in this American style final. And it should be an interesting one. And one thing you do see, Mark, and you know this, when players travel internationally, like we talked yesterday, I think about Terry Moore winning expert singles, multi-world champion, open world champion Terry Moore playing expert singles over in Austria back in 2006. And here we've got 2 players, I think, who may be considered pro in Germany, and I believe Czech Republic, I think, is the other player. It's that we don't have that up yet.
You can see the flag. It's Germany for sure.
Yeah, Germany.
But I'm publicly educated. That flag could mean anything. That could be Willy Wonkaville. I have no idea what that is.
Well, it seems doubtful that it's Willy Wonkaville, but it's certainly possible. And anyway, so these 2 players will be competing for that expert doubles or expert singles final. We're going to have that one for you coming up here. And again, this is the Texas State portion of this event, which I think is one of the things that makes this so special. You get all the history and the flavor of Texas State's one of the great events in the history of American table soccer, kind of mixed in with this international flavor as well. So
I want to interject something because you made it was funny yesterday. We talked about multi-world champion, Hall of Famer. I don't know if he was in the Hall of Fame yet or going to be. Terry Moore goes overseas. He wins the expert singles on Garlando.
On Garlando, yeah.
And I'm sure they were upset as heck because, but what you got to remember, so right now you're going to see 2 Europeans in the final of expert singles. There were some hammers from. I'm sure the top 8 were all from other countries. It's not their fault that they can't play tornado-ranked events, and they needed to come out here to be tested.
Yeah.
So it is no one's fault that they're so darn good on their tables, and they're as good or better than our experts here. Some people will complain, oh, these masters. Well, guess what? They don't have Tornado Tour, or they don't have 20 tornado events. So all they did was come over here and kick our tails on our American table. That's all that happened. So we're going to see some incredible skill and technique.
By the way, the third place finisher was Paul Buquet of Houston, Texas.
Oh wow! Yeah, there you go. So our
we did get him in there.
Our best expert on tornado took 3rd at this event. So let's change views here. Not that view though.
It matches our shirts.
That's the view we're looking for.
There it is. All right, over there on the left side of your screen, that's Peter Single. And on the right, we need to look up that flag. I'm thinking it's certainly either Czech Republic or Slovakia.
Probably Slovakia.
Okay, let's look up the Slovakian flag just to make sure.
Your vision is good if you can see that, man. I bet you our chat knows. They're educated.
Yeah, they are. They're Slovakian flag. What do you think? Yeah, that's it. There it is. He's Slovakian, right? Totally. Oh, it says right there on the screen.
Gold.
All right. So it's Dominic Pfingst over on the right side of your screen, and I have some experience commentating a Dominic Pfingst match. I've done that certainly in Europe a couple of times. And then Peter Singo of Slovakia.
Pfingst was a complete machine in the doubles events, the classic doubles events. He was scoring banks out. He was just a monster back there.
And of course, being a good goalie is beneficial in the singles category for sure. How's our stream?
I think it's been super smooth.
All right, we're underway here in game number 1. Peter Single, who won the winner's bracket. Again, this is double elimination. Best 2 games out of 3. He won the winner's side, so if he can claim this opening 2 out of 3, he will be declared the champion, and we'll introduce him in the award ceremony, which is going to take place right after this, and he is on the scoreboard first here in game number 1. Oh.
We're actually good now. We've been good for a while.
No, it just did it again there.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah.
We're getting some tech support here.
Thank you.
We are beholden to the great French team who's been supporting us, and there's been some lag issues, and we're trying to figure out maybe hardware processing of the PC, but that's why we got some support here.
Here's Pfingst setting it up, looking to even it up here in game number 1. Will claim the rebound and knocks it right back towards his goal. It's the expert singles final here at the 2025 Tornado World Series. And from goal, there's Singo with a beautiful pull shot. It's 2-0.
Okay. Well, we appreciate all you who bared with us.
Our pass attempt's going to rattle into the goal for Pfingst. It's now 2-1 here in game one. Tech support to the rescue. It looks like so far a couple of adjustments, continuous adjustments, and that's just how these things work. Oftentimes, folks, we are reliant on external factors such as internet and cabling
And French dudes.
French dudes. And there's Pfingst tying it up at 2 here in this first game.
How's our audio up there? If you could hear us out in chatverse, the YouTube land.
What the chat verse?
I don't. That's what. That's
Kind of hard to say.
If you're listening out there, let us know how the audio is going.
Fusaverse.
Fuserverse.
2-2. You're in game number 1. Jim Stevens, Mark Torres with you on an early Saturday afternoon at the beautiful Westin Hotel. Always nice to have the tournament right here at the airport, so conveniently located. You got a flight, leave 25 minutes or so before your flight. Should make it. Singo rocking. Loses it and will quickly call timeout. Tied up at 2 here in game number 1. Expert singles action. Big day of table soccer this afternoon, so stay tuned for the elimination bracket in men's singles. Another chance to see players like Tommy Yor and Tony Sprademan. Great international contingent here this weekend. Single has that one go wide. So Peter Singo came out and scored the 2 opening goals in this expert singles final. Pfingst has come back to get 2 in a row. And again, Dominic trying to come back from the loser side of the bracket. Single again from goal. That's 2. That pull shot from goal, beautifully executed. Good there. 3-2 lead early on here for Peter Single of Slovakia. Pfingst. Both players playing a slower, methodical style. Pfingst taking a lot of time here and then has it blocked and taken away nicely by Singo. (3-2). Another one put on goal from pull shot position. Single has shown himself to be an excellent pull shooter so far from that goalie position. He'll set it up in snake shot position against Pfingst. Quick shot near side. Pfingst was on it. Rebound carries back to the 5 of Single.
You know what's been impressive, Jim, is
And that 5 row is going to get through and in. It's 4-2.
the average age of the European players is probably 2 decades lower than the the average age of the American,
Yeah.
which is not a disparaging remuck.
It's just a fact.
They got some young,
Yeah.
great talent coming from overseas, playing in this event. It's beautiful to see. Foosball is a part of a much bigger world, and prospering.
Yeah.
And we're participating in that, right?
Yeah, and always a chance to see good young German players in particular. Always
the
producing
motherland,
good
Jim. Is that what we're
players.
talking
The
about? now?
motherland, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course.
Odd, but
I don't think it's your motherland.
okay. There you go. There
But
you
it
go.
was my
We're going
motherland.
down that road. Okay.
No, I'm just saying.
Although the gentleman from Spain, I owe
Well,
my
there you
last
go.
name to him
Yes, you do.
because Spain visited the
Yes.
Philippines
Visited, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Yes.
in the 15th century.
Yeah.
I think we have the Julian, who's our
And knocked in with a 5 here by
Wow.
Single, and he wins the opening game 5-2. So Peter Single of Slovakia now just a game away from the expert singles final, rather title. Not going to take any time here. Fink says, let's go ahead and play.
our technical expert
Yeah.
thinks he identified the root cause of it, and
Yeah.
we may be on a roll now with the smoother
I'm seeing
stream.
it, yeah.
He's standing behind us with pride.
Yeah. It's looking good so far, for sure. That pass rushed through the lane, not connected. Picked up here by Pfingst. Pfingst, he spells that, as you can see, P-F-I-N-G-S-T.
I'm sure these two guys got here. Didn't watch them qualify, didn't watch them in the elimination brackets, but I'm sure they got here with a lot of banks from the 2-bar. There are things that translate well from their home table, whether it's Leonhard or otherwise, probably perplexed the American players. And I haven't get a chance to look at the 5-bar. I want to watch the 5-bar, but if their 5-bar is taken closer to 7 and 8 seconds than 3 seconds, that also perplexed the American players, whose attention span is generally 3 seconds per rod in foosball, right? Once again, not disparaging.
No, not at all. Not at all. And it's actually been, for a single, it's been the pull shot from goal that has really worked well for him. He scored 2 and put another one on goal. Pfingst able to pick up the loose ball here. And we'll set it up looking to strike first in game number 2. Again, Dominic trying to come from the loser side, and that's a big task now, down a game and already down a set, so to speak.
Although I think, and correct me, and maybe we need some more guidance on this, but I think Slovakia's home table is Tornado.
Are they
Is
using Tornado this week? I
think
mean,
so.
they are, but Slovakia, Eastern Europe tends to be Galando
Okay,
in
well,
most
yeah,
cases.
I could have completely made that up, though. You realize
But
that,
the
right?
Tornado table certainly is worked his way into Europe and is now, unlike 20 years ago when they really did not like the Tornado table because it was so different. But now I think they have really embraced it due to the efforts of the ITSF and multi-table soccer. Here's Single. Again, he's done a nice job of controlling the tempo, controlling the pace of the game, and that one kept out. It landed on the 3-rod of Pfingst. It looks like he got a swing at it, knocked it on goal. But Single able to grab the rebound, tried to slowly work it up that far side.
Sneaky 2 to the 5 attempt.
1-0 lead for Single here in game number 2. He's already up a game. It's going to roll to a dead stop.
Beware of the banks. The banks are wide open on Sunday here. No, and it's Saturday, by the way. Just want to give you that heads up,
And
James.
it is an adjustment. Of course, you hit the banks differently on Tornado than you would on Leonhardt, but you can be successful on both. I know when I played Leonhardt, I actually finished in the top 10 at the Leonhardt Worlds in men's doubles one year, and it was banks. I was hitting 1 and 2 a game.
And mixed doubles?
No, it was men's doubles.
Oh, men's doubles.
Yeah.
I thought they said mixed.
Playing with the great Ben Mason out of Great Britain.
Oh, yeah.
We were there to commentate it. I hadn't played and actually did pretty well. So, but the banking is different. You hit it differently on the man. The men's feet, of course, differently shaped. But it's an adjustment. It isn't that difficult to make. So I can certainly see Pfingst in particular nailing some banks. Single. We're going to nail a snake shot here as he rocks back and forth and finds a very tight near side hole. So Dominic Pfingst really has his work cut out for him, trailing 2-0 here in this second game after losing the opening game. And again, he's coming from that loser side of the bracket in this Texas State ITSF World Series hybrid format here.
So
that we
Pfingst would have
this
to
weekend.
double. What?
Yeah, let's see.
Yes.
Double dip.
That's right.
That's right. The old American double dip. There's a bank attempt, and Single jumps into the forward position to grab the rebound. A very focused performance from Peter Single of Slovakia. Pfingst trying to get going. Tried to flick that bank off the inside wall. Zigzags up the table where it's picked up by Single, who puts that one on goal, then scoops up the rebound.
And what I noticed about Pfingst when he does a bank, there's not a lot of English on it, which I think this is a problem I have when I'm shooting banks on Tornado.
You also have a problem with English.
Yeah, both. English and banks and English banks and banks and English.
And again, near side for Single. It's 3-0.
But what he does is he just picks the man up and just slices the ball with. You see the Americans hitting banks and they crush that thing.
You drive
right?
into it more.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what you do on the Leonhardt is you don't
Okay.
drive into it as much, or else
See.
the ball's going to hop, or it's just you're not going to get that same necessary angle or torque on it. Yeah, I actually want to get out, and I know we have every table out here in the lobby,
Mhm.
which is kind of cool. You can test everything. In fact, there's also a tornado table out here that has a playing surface that is basically a TV screen.
Yeah,
right?
pretty
You can
cool
put
to
anything on
prototype.
there.
There's 2 of them,
Yeah.
and they're the prototype tables, and they're not for
And so
wide
you can put
release
score on there. You can go miles per hour. There's lots of things you can do with that TV screen. We've seen that in the NBA. I think it was last year for the in-season tournament. The NBA had the entire floor as a screen, which was really, really interesting.
The difference here, though, is I don't think they can see it. Like, you can see this while
might
you're
be right.
playing. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that might just be a big green screen, right? And
Yeah.
folks in the arena are just seeing a big green.
Remember they did the hockey puck with
Yeah.
the light in it, but the light wasn't in it. It was digitized, so
Yeah.
they put something on either in or on the puck.
Yeah. They did it for a year or two, then it went away, and now it's kind of come back. We see that a lot more often now. We've seen it with foosball as well, if you remember the movie Foosballers in particular.
I don't know why that went away in hockey, because it's so darn for
Yeah.
the average spectator.
Hockey is such a game of tradition
Yeah.
and traditionalists, and I think there was a bit of an outcry from
the purists watching at home.
yeah.
Like, get off my lawn, boomer!
Totally.
I don't want a light on the
Yep.
puck.
Get off my lawn, eh?
Yeah, that's it.
So.
That was your northern New York accent.
3-0 lead here in game number 2 for Peter Single of Slovakia. Done a nice job, speaking of hockey, of dumping and chasing it, where you dump it up the table and move into that forward position to grab the rebound. That is a hockey term. You shoot it into the opponent's zone and then chase it down.
You get called for icing. Is
Yeah,
how
you
that
can be,
works.
depending on where you launch from. That's right. There's no icing in foosball, as far as we know.
Yes, we need more rules in foosball. We need more rules.
A couple more lines across the table, and zones, and there it is again.
Mhm.
The dump, the chase, the grab, a chance now to go up 4-0 here in game 2 for Peter Single of Slovakia.
Oh,
Tried
it
to
was
go
wide
near
open.
Side. He missed it. He had had success the last couple, but this time that one sprayed wide of the goal. Immediately after this, we're going to have a award ceremony to recognize the champions of yesterday.
The gold finals winners.
Yeah, and I got some other Texas State events that took place.
Oh, he tried to hit that far wall bank. Just missed it.
Steve Murray's here. Looks
Steve
like
saying
he's
hello.
in a great mood.
Steve saying hello, and he's calling us number 1 as he walks by. You're number 1, and you're number 1.
I think it was more directed at you. I think you were more number 1.
Oh, man. Tall task right now. No pun intended. Because Single looks about 6'4". But tall task is he's up 3-0 for Finks.
Kind of interesting
Down
that
3-0.
the singles champion would be named Single.
Yeah.
I wonder how he does in doubles.
Tries to play by himself. Doesn't work out
And
so
it's
well.
match point, championship point for Peter Single of Slovakia. It was up 4-0 here in game 2.
I see Mike Green in the chat. Mike Green, are you still there? You came up yesterday in the.
Yeah.
You came up yesterday in
Florida
the
State
conversation.
Hall of Fame conversation, I think it was, wasn't it?
No, it was about are
No.
you a master because you won one world championship.
Is that what it was? Okay.
He's used as an example of a great player who's not necessarily a master because he has one world championship.
Chance to put it away here for Single.
French guy wants to come up here and be stand behind us again, proud of his 3 days of getting rid of this lag issue. Apparently, it was one button he clicked on here.
Sometimes it takes 3 days to figure it out, and then you push that one
Holy
button. We're going to give him
smokes.
benefit of the doubt and a little bit of credit on that one. So there it is. And apparently it's
He's trying to figure out. Did he not know it was over? It's over.
Is it
my
over?
friend. It's over. And great playing by Mr. Single.
yeah.
I think we're going to end up in a break here for the award ceremony. Is that what's next, Jim?
Award ceremony coming up, and I'm sure we'll have a camera on it, I would assume, and folks can certainly
Absolutely.
watch that and recognize yesterday's champions. We'll be back in a little bit, folks.
Hey, y'all. I don't know if we had. I know who Pfingst is. Pfingst is definitely the guy on the right. But he might have been the guy in the winner's bracket. And so, shame on us. Shame on me. Let me take responsibility for this, Jim. Even though I didn't know anything about it. We're not done yet. We are not done yet. We got to play the second set. Single was in the loser's bracket. Pfingst was in the winner's bracket. One set down. Now we're going. It's 2 out of 3 for the championship. Welcome back. Oh, it's wrong on the system. Okay. You're live, Jim. Yeah, you're live.
So in this case, it was not your fault, Mark.
No.
No, this time it was not. Now we're going to the second set. Yes, apparently in the system, it showed that Peter Single had won the winner's side. It was actually Dominic Pfingst who'd won it. So someone entered the result incorrectly, which is kind of interesting. How does that happen? And so now we're heading to a second set, as you said, as you've already informed the viewers. We're down to one final 2 out of 3.
Makes you wonder if coming out of the loser's bracket can have a tendency to give someone momentum while the other person was sitting.
Totally. Now that does kind of explain
Yeah.
the energy in that opening match. There's an outside bank by Pfingst. But it's also something, a trap you can fall into when you have won that winner's side in a double elimination format. At first, maybe you don't have that energy, that fire. You're not pushed. You know you have one to fall back on. That can be dangerous. And it's good because at the end of that opening set, I didn't really do what I usually do, which is to say, and the 2025 Tornado World Series winner is, because I saw that they weren't behaving as if it was over. Boy, men's singles is going to be a lot of fun today.
Oh, yeah. You get all these guys who came over here for the gold final, and they're in singles. They didn't come here just for that.
No.
So these animals are all going to be in on play now.
All the great American players here as well, or many of them. Things trying to find the banks. I'm sure these two also, of course, competing in the men's singles competition. That bank attempt is going to spin in.
That was a little bit lazy. he was just kind of.
I don't think he anticipated that the ball could do that. He just didn't get the hand back there because, yeah, it was definitely a ball that could have been kept out with a left hand by single. Was not. See a little different energy now as Pfingst has come out with the fire.
There it was.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a different player we're seeing.
Just smooth, up and down.
On his toes instead of on his heels. Single. Able to work that one through the lane. Again, how much the game has changed over the last couple of decades when, 20 years ago, you would see European players come to American events, whether the World Championships or Hall of Fame Classic or whatever, and they would not necessarily have great tornado games. There just weren't tornado tables in Europe. And it was oftentimes looked on with disdain by the older class, so to speak, of European players.
The aristocracy of foozers.
The original ones, yeah. So you were not going to shoot your pin shot unless your name was Frederick Collignon, and that's a whole other story.
Interesting.
But now it's different. Now you can see they are getting table time. There are tables in Europe now, and they've embraced it. They enjoy it. They like it. They love it in some cases. And you'll ask some European players what their favorite table is, and they will tell you it's the tornado. Boy, Dominic Pfingst. Dominant performance so far.
So I saw him at breakfast yesterday, and we were talking about. I was talking about how great his banks were on Tornado, and he said, "Wait till you see me. Wait till you ever see me on Leonhardt," which I can only imagine what the guy's like on Leonhardt. It's probably just a complete animal on Leonhardt.
Or Ulrich Sport, even when back in, I think last time I saw him was at the P4P tour in Europe, and definitely it's they hit him at will. The great bankers are hitting him at will, and they're scoring 2 or 3 per game, oftentimes. It's a great weapon to have if you can do it. And of course, on the tornado table, what's it been? Maybe 15 years since they kind of changed a couple of things on the table to allow for consistent banking, and I think it certainly opened up the game significantly once the bank became a factor on tornado. In the early days, as you remember, back when you won your 1990 World Championship.
The little strips on the side.
When you won the World Championship in 1990.
Yes, that's right.
You could not bank. Bank on there. None of your points came from banks.
That's right. It's all difficult. Also, the bumper was like 20% smaller, and the dead bar was a super dead bar.
Yeah. Lafredo could still hit it.
Yeah, I could hit it too, by the way.
Well, that's why you were the 1990 world champion.
Fernando De Rosa was my goalie.
That's something.
Isn't that something? He went on to be one of California's greatest foozers, and I went to college. We just went separate ways, Jim.
No regrets for either of you, I'm sure.
No, for either of us.
3-2 lead early on here in this first game, second set. Expert singles final here at the 2025 Tornado World Series / Texas State Championships.
Little comeback here, right?
Trying to think of the number of Texas State Championships that I've worked, and I know it's more than 20.
It's amazing.
Yeah. First one, I believe, 1994, held at a Clicks Billiard Hall here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Like 300 players just crammed into this little pool hall. No room for anything.
Remember, I went to a Clicks event in Arizona, so Clicks was a billiard franchise.
Yeah.
I still remember that. I went to a Clicks $5,000 in Arizona, and I remember reffing a match, and all 4 players were smoking. Everyone had a cigarette in their mouth. And I didn't smoke, but I felt like I needed the patch after I left the tournament.
That's funny. And it's funny, and you bring up as let's check in on the match. 3-2 here in the first game in favor of Pfingst. And again, this is it. It's one final 2 out of 3. But I think in the early days, we just accepted it. People smoked. That's what they did.
They smoked on planes. They smoked on planes. There's ashtrays
in theaters. I know. But you'd go home
planes.
at night after playing a local DYP, and your clothes, and I never smoked either, and your clothes smelled like it. But you just accepted it. Now the thought of that is kind of
it's
disgusting.
Horrendous. It's totally disgusting.
Oh, nice push little bank there by Pfingst, blocked by Single.
I'm not sure if you're old enough to remember ashtrays in airplanes, because you just smoked on an airplane. You need to get your prostate checked. Yeah. That's what you need to just as a reminder. You remember ashtrays on planes? Get your prostate checked.
It's that time. That's pretty good, Mark. You always come at it from a medical point of view. I love that. 3-2 lead for Pfingst. He was looking to do a lot of his damage from this position. Likes a little push bank and push kick here on goal. Scooped up on the 5 by Single.
So was it 3-0 or 3-1?
3-1.
Okay.
Chance here for Single to tie it at 3 here in this opening game. Talking to the great Steve Murray here a few minutes ago, and there is Single tying it at 3. So 2 in a row from the Slovakian player. Has evened this first game up at 3 goals apiece. But Steve we're going to introduce Steve here in a little bit. He's going to have some words to say at the ceremony, and I'm trying to think it's been at least 20 years in a row that he has cried at the Texas State ceremony. Might be a little early in the day for him to get emotional. We'll see. He usually wakes up pretty angry.
Never too.
No.
That's the one thing about the guy, right? It's either fury or crying. You don't get anything in between. There's no
big possession here for Pfingst on the 3-row. Rocks had to flick that one down the middle.
It's the sweetest thing to be focused on finding the right words to make Steve cry.
Oh yeah.
And just bring up family, bring up Texas tradition,
Yeah.
bring up, you know,
Oh yeah.
you just fall apart.
It's always a goal of mine.
We need that, Jim. It's part of the tradition.
It is. Stolen away here by Pfingst, who jumped ahead early in this opening game of the second set. He was up 2-0, then 3-1, and now he's up 4-3.
So I was thinking, we like foosball practice for us in Eastside San Jose was a random, it was never good practice regimens. We never really practice. Our idea was practice going to draw your partners and scrimmaging against each other.
Yeah.
Maybe every once in a while you did some reps. You didn't learn anything new unless you were so. But like I was thinking, if I'm in my 30s and I'm going to Slovakia for a foosball tournament. And that's what we're talking about. This guy came from Slovakia to play here. He's been practicing.
Yes.
These guys have been working hard.
That's right.
That's what happens when these gentlemen commit to learning and growing and being prepared, man. We're seeing them put it all together. And hopefully they're playing some of the best foosball they ever played because they've crossed the ocean to compete.
Cross the ocean, and that's a big motivator. And to come and play on one of your favorite tables in the United States. And again, they view it much more as a sport. In East San Jose back in the day, and whoever's garage you were in,
it was not a sport.
It was egos. It was all about who's who's better, who's stronger.
Right.
I'm sure the table talk was amazing, probably off the hook, right? It was.
It was our connection to the rest of the world. But here's a funny thing to that point. If someone shot a 5-bar shot on you, you had to shoot one back.
You did.
If someone shot a push kick on you, you had to shoot one back. And it had to be a hard, long dead row, which is no way to train for competitive.
Not at all.
There's no.
However, somehow you were able to win that 1990 World Championship, and Fernando de Rosa was able to go on.
He was my goalie. Oh, sweet. Ooh, he snuck that blank out and pulled that one out.
They're going to switch sides here, it looks like, as Dominic Pfingst has now come out to win the opening game.
No, he's just resetting his grip.
And just kind of changing sides, it's not a thing in Europe. It just doesn't happen.
Way too much work. Just too much work.
Or it just, the differences between the sides almost were irrelevant with many of the European tables. And we're going to look at the highlights, the scoring from that first game. Already. Love these little montages. There should be music, don't you think? A little bit of music, some cool ESPN highlight music in the background, little guitar.
Little Dave Matthews.
Dave Matthews. Are you a Dave Matthews guy? Just
Dude, I went to one Dave Matthews concert.
Yeah.
True story. Outlands concert in San Francisco. It was one of those big festival things. This is no crap. It was 3 hours, and he played three songs.
So I know that's how he's a jam guy.
Yeah.
You listen to his songs on the radio, they're fine. But you go to a concert, it's the same thing with the Dead. When you go to a Grateful Dead song, it'll just
Dude,
keep
Dave
going.
Matthews, the bass player opened up with a 20-minute interlude that ended up being "Stairway to Heaven," and then into like one of his all marching in.
We're angering our fans right now. We need to focus on baseball.
Dude, we're in it.
Here
Let's
we
go.
It is an expert singles final, folks. And we are in the second game. Dominic Pfingst of Germany leading 1-0. Peter Single, who won the opening set in 2 impressive games, now down a game. Of course, these were entered wrong in the system, apparently, because in the system it showed that Single had won the winner's bracket. but it was actually Pfingst. Single on the scoreboard first here in the second game. He needs this game to send it down to one final race to 5. Win by 2, I'm assuming.
Angle up. Mixing it up a little bit.
Good shot here. Oh, that one's going to get through and in. Again, not the second effort wasn't there defensively, and not sure that is a result of lack of table experience, at least competitively, or because you always know you got to potentially make that second effort, that second block. Or even at 1. You're in game number 2.
Move
Get
it
a
far
little push
away.
bank, yeah. That's his
Nasty.
bread and butter there.
He just caught it with
And
his
it's a,
fiber.
that little push bank, and it's a shot that when I do play goalie, it's one I like to use. It's really a zone breaker. You know, when you bring that ball over, if a guy's forking you, you give it that little push, it opens it up. And if you execute it, it can be successful. And we have seen him score that in that opening game. Single now will rock and look. And that's his strength. He likes coming near side, and Pfingst, I think, is onto that. He doesn't mind giving him that far side of the goal. Inside bank attempt here by Pfingst. Tapped off the back wall. Nice save with the left hand here by Single. Are you checking the chat? Are they complaining about all our Dave Matthews stories?
It's like,
is anybody awake yet?
it says there's a few dozen people in there. No one is saying anything, so it may be no one speaks English in our chat. It's possible.
Yeah, most people speak English these days.
Or
Yeah, if you'd like a shout out, though, let us know that you're out there viewing and you're enjoying the show. And certainly we have cleaned up the stream thanks to Julian and the French production company.
you.
1-1 here in game number 2. It's a game that Single must have. Pfingst. Getting that ball moving slowly. Chipped it up slowly. Knocked down. Sent back the other way with the left hand by Pfingst. And Single back there. Went with a quick one. If I'm Peter Single, I am setting up my pole shot at goal every time. Taking my time and exploding to a hole because he did that in that opening set and was very successful with it. He is able to pick up the loose ball here on the 3-rod. We'll set it up and search for the lead and find it. Where was the hole there? It's 2-1.
So we got good old Sparky Lyle in the chat. And we had a conversation yesterday. I don't think you're here yet.
Are we going to talk about that conversation on the air?
Here? No, about him teaching Terry Moore how to shoot the roller.
That's true. I do recall that. Yeah.
And you were a part of that whole thing. And then we were
I was
talking
around.
We were talking about the Jet, whether Jet, the whole conversation or controversy about Jet bringing it from Europe or
John
where,
Smith, I think, is in this country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
They're talking to John. He's here. He's talking to him a little earlier. He wants to be interviewed. He wants to tell stories about those days and about the creation of the rollover.
we could get a fist fight going if we get Murray and John Smith together.
Yeah.
Who's better, Houston or Dallas? And we'll see how that.
There was, and I talked about this, I think, with Keith earlier today. There was, pretty much any DYP in Houston or Dallas back in the day. There was going to be a fist fight at some point during the night.
Nothing like two heavy breathing white guys swinging blindly at each other until it gets broken up.
There's that, yeah. 1-1. We apologize, folks. We'll tighten things up a little bit as the day goes on. Pfingst has not had a lot of success shooting the ball on the 3-rod. Doesn't look completely comfortable shooting that snake shot. He has executed it, and there it is, as we talked about, the pull shot from goal for Single. When he sits on it like this, takes his time and explodes to the hole, this time to the short side, he is having success. He's up 3-1 here in game 2. Looks like a pretty good chance we might be headed for our third and final game in this expert singles final. And maybe we can talk about Red Hot Chili Peppers and that night in East LA before they were known as anyone, and on the railroad tracks at East LA where they played all night.
Oh yeah. I saw a Stone Temple Pilots. Like they were playing like at a Tower Records, man. They're like having a jam session at Tower Records, trying to promote their album.
That was right about the time you won the World Championship.
I know you want to make this about me, Jim, but I refuse.
Still 3-1 here in game number 2. Dominic Pfingst won the opening game 5-3. Peter Single leading 3-1 here in game number 2, an all-European expert singles final. Single. Try to take it out to that far side. You can see there he doesn't get it quite as deep to the far side as he does near side. Finks recognized that earlier and has overplayed it, and Single still has had some success to the near side of the goal with that snake shot. But that's something as a defender you always want to do when you face an opposing player. What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? How can I exploit it? How can I? And there's a pull kick from goal, and that's at least 4 shots and scores from that 2-rod for Single in this match.
Does this have that feeling to you, Jim, that we're going to go 5 games into overtime?
Of course. There isn't any question about it, Mark. Destiny. It's predestined.
Is it predestined? He's got a whole Tom Hardy look going on, like a young Tom Hardy, like
I think that's a compliment, I think.
the Tom Hardy from Inception.
The late Tom Hardy, I believe, right? Did he pass away last year?
Tom Hardy?
Yeah.
No, we're talking about.
Oh,
the
they're
dude-
not Tom Hardy. Tom Hardy
Yes.
from Inception.
Yes.
Sure.
Mad Max. Furiosa Road. Other things.
Listen
Bane
to
from
you.
Batman.
Listen to you. And we're going to get a timeout called here. We're getting it all out of the way, folks. We'll
No,
talk about
no,
everything
no,
else
no.
but foosball
Let's
in this
take a look.
match, and then,
Hold on.
of course, we've got.
Make sure that doesn't fall. Can you make sure? I was just thinking about that down there. Can you put that down a level? No, because I just don't want it to fall. I just realized I remembered it was there.
We're having this conversation on the air.
Oh, just wanted to
a
make
little
sure.
peek behind
Sorry.
the curtains here. I'm not sure what you're
Whoa,
talking
whoa,
about.
whoa, dude. What curtain?
4-1 lead. After the timeout, we will return to the table.
Yeah, this is a back and forth. It was going to go this way.
Both players playing very methodically, though. Kind of a slow-moving match. That bank off the inside wall by Pfingst comes back around to him. I think for Pfingst, it's a case, and we have talked about this many times over the years. Good goalies tend to make good singles players. You know, whether or not they have the big, powerful 3-row or not. The fact that they can defend so well and pick up a few scores from goal is hugely beneficial in the singles format. And there's Pfingst finding one from forward to make it 4-2.
You know what we're not talking about much is that besides a couple sneaky ones here and there, there's no 2 to the 5.
No. It's all shooting, and that one's going to sneak in, and we are now tied at 1 game apiece, and we will head down to one final game to decide who will be the 2025 Texas State Tornado World Series Expert Singles Champion.
Some friendly conversation, I'm sure, going on.
And you know what? What makes it interesting is the Slovakian on the left side, it's a German on the right side, and they are speaking English.
Yeah.
That's the common language in most cases, even in Europe, between 2 different countries. Although there's also a chance that the Slovakian does speak a little German.
There's no chance the Germans speak Slovakian.
It's unlikely, we'll put it that way.
Yeah,
It's been the 2-row so far for Peter that has been very successful. Nice grab there by Pfingst.
I was going to say that. We got a question from Jason Onstad about how the Swiss system works. You got a summary bullet for Jason on how the Swiss system works, Jim?
And you know the specifics of it. I know that in qualification rounds, after each round, it's kind of reassessed. Top plays the bottom for the next one, and then it's reassessed, and the top plays the bottom, sort of thing. You play 4 rounds to accumulate points, to accumulate wins with the tiebreaker of goals scored, because they do keep track of every goal scored in every match here, which is pretty nice. Then the top qualifiers will go into, I guess here we have basically an A elimination bracket where it's the top guys. And there is a secondary elimination bracket apparently as well. And then it's just single elimination. But the great thing about it is you do get to play, and that one's going to be redirected into the goal by Peter Single. He's up 1-0 here in the last game.
So, Jason, I'll speak a little bit to that. The way I describe the Swiss system, very much like Jim, but it's essentially formulaic. There's a formula,
That's right.
and there's different versions of it. But in the pure form, you play 6, 7, 8 rounds, depending on how many people there are.
How
You're
many
trying to
tables you have as
Yep,
well.
tables you have. You're trying to get a statistical probability of who the top players are to eliminate X amount of players and narrow that down to an elimination bracket. That's a single elimination bracket. So you play 6
Hold on,
matches.
slow down, Mark. I'm taking notes.
Oh, yeah, you play 6 matches, maybe, and then you get who are the bottom, and the bottom are out, and the top go into an elimination bracket. It's single elimination generally, and that's how Swiss works in principle. Pros and cons. I actually prefer Swiss.
Yeah.
I prefer Swiss because you could lose more than 3 matches and still continue in the event.
Yeah.
If you lose 3 matches to the top teams and win 3 matches, or if there's some mix of beating some of the top teams and maybe losing to a mediocre team, it's better than going out in 2 and not really building into a momentum of any type.
Push kick, tic-tac, push kick by Finks to make it 1-1 here in this final game. And yes, you don't go out in 2. You get to play a lot of foosball. I think you really do determine who the best player is. And the other thing I do like is there is no second set in the finals. There is 1 match in that final. It's always been a little weird and uncomfortable. And, of course, we're all used to it, accustomed to it. But in reality, it's much cleaner just to have that 1 best 3 out of 5 for the championship. And that's what you get in that Swiss system. Here, we are in a double elimination format, and we're in the second set.
Hey, Rex, good to hear from you, man. Take care of yourself. Stay healthy.
Rex Bennett.
Rex Bennett.
Yeah. And that one again, it's going to sneak in the corner. That's 2 of those from single.
Two breaks, and single is oh yeah, single is on his way.
He's up 2-1 here in this final game. Trying to come from the loser's side of the bracket. He defeated Paul Biquet in that loser's bracket final. Finks to the far side, evens it at 2. Headed for overtime here.
I think we're making some guesses again with the format.
Yeah.
I think if it's 4-4, it's win by 2, maybe to 8. I don't know if it's.
I think it should be, and it used to be, and I think that has changed, but it used to be only in the open event, or the biggest events. And actually, yes, this would be a Texas State event, so it is, yes, it would be to 8. I think. We think. Tied up at 2 here in game number 3. Now we're going to bounce kind of towards the goal. And this is where single needs to do a lot of his work. Again, set it up, take your time. And fire it home.
Boom. So
That's
2
money.
breaks and a short pull shot.
It's been money for him. And again, you find that hole behind the defense of Dominic Finks. 3-2 lead for Peter Single.
Play goalie wars. It's not a bad thing to do. He might get the sneaky 2 to the 5, but better than getting beat from the back.
Still 3-2 here in this final game in favor of Peter Single of Slovakia. Gently through that near lane. Chance to move within 1 of the title for Single.
Looks like a timeout to me, James. Simo water drinking.
Peter Single leading 3-2 here in this final game. As we once again look at some of the scores, and again, it's been Peter Single doing a lot of work from the goalie area. Now with a chance to move within one of the title from the forward position. Peter Single. Tried to take it out to that far side. Hole looked like it was there. Dominic might have got a piece of it. It hit off that corner. Comes back around to Single once again on his 3-rod. Again, same thing, same result. This time, though, Pfingst is there to grab it on the 5. You can see that far side snake shot by Single has a bit of a spray on it. He doesn't get it as deep as he does near side. And in the last 2 cases, that spray resulted in the ball hitting the corner or the post and not going in.
Those are rough, man. A chip in the corner. That corner's been the nemesis for so many big points, right?
Yeah, you can say that about hockey. We talked about it earlier. How many times do you see hockey forwards hit the post?
Mm. Little 5-bar shot faking there. Fake pass to the third man.
Finks trying to pick up the energy a little bit here on the 5. As that one
Ooh.
blocked back into the goal, it's
3
championship
of
point
those.
now for Peter Single. And yes, 2 of them inadvertent passes. This we'll call a defensive score. And that one's going to squib away, putting it into play. I guess there was no ready protocol yet, because he's going to put it back into play once again. Finks, that is. But first, he is going to call timeout. That is such a pretty shot there, isn't it? Look at that, the World Series banner in the background. Last night you had 2 tables in there, and there's the little flip over pass. And again, that one, a tough break. That's the third man, and that's what Finks is thinking.
Now, you know, there is something about being casual and believing the ball's going to go where you want to go, but you don't typically see masters be that casual when the ball's heading back there.
Mm-hmm.
A high-level master is going to reach for that
Yeah.
ball. So you got to own some of that break.
You
He was
do.
very casual.
And the left hook closes the deal for Peter Single. There it is. Well, Peter Single comes back from the loser side of the bracket in expert singles to win the 2025 Tornado World Series Texas State Championship expert singles title. Great job by him. Good job coming back from that loser side. And the gentleman from Slovakia is the 2025 expert champion. going to shed a tear, so get ready for that. But please, he says that every year. Let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Steve Murray. Who reluctantly makes his way down the stairs.
Not cool. Good to have the official voice of foosball back in this building. How about you? So our great little vision here, this is step 2, starting to come together, right? We've got some really good things going on with domestic foosball and WFT. Ryan, doing a fantastic job over there. Give a little round of applause. They picked it up where Mary Young's got a great program here, and they're taking it to the next level. So we're happy for that. It's great for the United States football. But now we have partnered up with the ITSF. Okay, and so that brings a little bit of the international flair over here, which in my opinion gives the players the best of both worlds. So. So anyway, thank you all for being here. Okay, and I would like for all our Texas players and all our U.S. players to share some love to the international folks that came here. Yeah. And we hope that we've been pretty good hosts for you folks, and you're certainly welcome here. Thank you for coming, and that's all I got.
Steve, is this
No.
It's 15 straight years he said that, so really bad.
So I think we've got a good foundation built here. We've got some good people in place. We've got a good partnership with ITSF, the best foosball program on the planet. And we've got Ryan and his crew doing their thing, so foosball's in a good place. So anyway, I would like to see it get to the next level before I drop dead.
Thank you, Steve. And we'd also like to introduce the president of the International Table Soccer Federation. Please welcome Mr. Farid Lounas.
Thanks, Jim. It's your place here.
So just words to say first that I'm very thankful to all the people who participate in organizing this event, starting with Steve, of course. Please, big applause for Steve. And all the team. I think about David, Mariam also helping, Donald over there, all the volunteers people. Since few days, you are not young guys, but you are very effective, you know. 5 days, incredible with all your team, all your staff. So thank you very much. I appreciate and I'm impressed by the quality of what you are doing. So thank you very much. I want also to thank all the partners who make this event possible. You see a list of the partners here. USTSO, Tornado was involved in this competition. We are in Texas here. That's important. Thank you to them and Trey to support this event. Inside Foods, IVSD who helped to make this final arena, to make it a decent one for this event. That's important to have the best match to be broadcast with the team of ITSF TV. That's important to have all these people coming from, and this is ITSF staff, so I have to thank them also. Streaming, people maybe you see at the registration table like JC and others like Michael here. So big applause for all these volunteers who make this event possible. Thank you to them.
I'll try to be very short, so a big thanks also to our partner Silo who made this very first goal final event here in USA. That was very important for us to start here in USA, to have this multi-table experience. So you can play on the table and you can see, and I want to thank this, all the top players in the world coming here in USA to show their skills, and it was impressive. I really love that. The atmosphere was incredible, the final was very nice. So I think it was a good shared experience. You speak about the best of two worlds. This is part of this, you know. When
the way did I say this was the idea? It was to have all people respect each other, whatever is the style to play, whatever is the kind of team. Because of course the best table in the world is the table you want on, the player who love play. But you have to respect the others. Here, this is what happened. It was fantastic. So thank you to all the athletes who come all over the world. I know it's a long distance for some players coming from Saudi Arabia, coming from Europe, and we will have much more. Africa is starting the qualification now. South America will also start the qualification. Asia will have a big event to qualify for the next one. So this is really the idea to unify the world, and we start here in USA. So thank you very much for next year, yes, of course, not happen, but we'll start again next week. Okay, thank you very much. Doing what, trying to advance our sport, so let's give them a little love right there. And thanks to Brett for having throw shot over there, baby. Thank you for your hard work. We appreciate that. And hey, do not forget about the 10 guys who set this tournament up. It is hard work. They do a great job.
Some things are inevitable, folks. All right. Time to recognize the top finishers of yesterday's event here at the Texas State Championships 19 Series. And we're going to start with the Texas State Amateur Singles. Please welcome our third place finisher, Michaela Kloss. And your 2025 Amateur Singles Champion, Mike Swagger. Ladies and gentlemen, your top finishers in the Texas State Amateur Singles Competition.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we didn't get to play. Yeah. I was rooting for you. All right, we can get off.
All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the top finishers in the Texas State Expert Singles event. Please welcome third place finisher, Paul BK. Welcome our second place finisher from Slovakia, Peter Singal. I'm sorry. Dominic Finks. Dominic Finks from Germany, our second place finisher. And our 2025 champion from Slovakia, Peter Jingle.
I told you you would do it. Good job.
Recognize the top players, top teams in the Texas State Rookie Doubles event, starting with third place finishers, Josh Jeff Kessler and Ben Brantley. And let's welcome our second place finishers, Vincent Catois and Romeo Isa.
I thought y'all were going to do it.
Yeah, we thought too. And your 2025 Texas State Rookie Doubles champions, please welcome Dylan Jensen and Matt Yanez.
Congrats, man. Way to go, man. Way to go. Very proud of you. Way to go, man. Thank you. Good job, man. Good job, man.
Gentlemen, your top finishers in Texas State Rookie Doubles. Next up, let's go to the top 3 teams from Texas State Pro Doubles. Beginning with third place finishers, Thomas Rios and David Raddick.
Best tournament director in the business, David Raddick.
And the runners-up in Pro Doubles, please welcome Ella Moats and Corey Taylor. And your 2025 Texas State Pro Doubles champions, Dominic Finks and Matt Sawyer.
Get the tall guy. Come down here. All kinds of medals going on. Great weekend, buddy. Welcome to Texas. Thank you for being here.
Top finishers in Pro Doubles. And now let's turn our attention to the ITSF Gold Finals. Starting with the women, please welcome third place finisher, Veronica Mincheva. And a runner-up in the Florida ITSF Gold Finals, please welcome second place finisher, Jamila Nader. And the 2025 ITSF Florida Gold Finals champion, Sullivan Maru. welcome third place finisher, Tony Spredeman. And the runner-up in the ITSF Photo Gold Finals, please welcome Johan Siko.
probably doesn't know. those here. How about this? Oh, I don't care. Yeah, these two are fine. Yeah. You good there? Oh, yes. Please do one more time. You're right. I spit it. I forgot I was checking. You're good.
Jim Stevens, Mark Torres, back with you as we now open up the elimination bracket in men's singles. And we got a good one here on table number 1, and they're all going to be good ones from this point on. When you qualify to get into that elimination bracket, you better be a good player. You better be a player perhaps capable of winning the event, and I think we've got 2 of those here. We got some young blood. We got a guy that really used to be the young blood when he first came on the scene and is now one of the true great veterans in the world of table soccer. This should be a lot of fun.
What's his name, Jim?
It's Trevor Park.
Okay. Yeah,
it's Jacob Balkos. Yeah. It's some great foosball here on table number 1.
Let's get you back to the main shot here. What we got going on. Jim said it. Young blood. Okay, probably the only 2 Filipino guys here. How's that?
Well, you.
Well, yeah, yes. I'll claim
Karen,
whatever I need
right?
to claim to get the benefits from my ethnicity. With 2 Filipino guys. But anyway, super talent.
Yeah.
Jacob Balkos on the right side of the screen.
Yeah,
and
boy,
super
he's a
talent,
beast.
Trevor Park.
Yeah.
Trevor Park is a legend, a foosball legend. Frankly, he's won open singles at the Tornado Championships last year. And Jacob is a phenom, second-generation foozer. His dad brought him up in the sport, and he's just grown like 6 inches since the last time we've seen him.
Yeah, and grown in terms of foosball acumen as well. Quick talk, and we've had this conversation on Foos Talk Live in the past and in other places, but as far as Trevor Park being a top 50 all-time player, being a Hall of Famer, do you think that put him over the hump, winning that Tornado title?
For Hall of Fame? Well, did he look at? His body of work was incredible without the wins for a long time.
But there weren't wins. There weren't wins.
Yeah,
and
then he played with Billy, and he won those doubles.
Won a national. I think he won a Vegas event as well.
And then he came back, and then he won singles versus a murderer's row of great singles champions.
Here we go.
But Trevor is just wicked. We're waiting for the camera angle to change.
That's an interesting one.
Julian. All right, we just spoke to the technician. We had the a view that wasn't the most conducive to watching foosball.
And the production studio is across the room, so he's sprinting over there and gets it onto table 1. Here we go. First game, already 2-0 in favor of Balkos. This kid, once he gets rolling, and is a huge momentum player and a huge foosball talent. Talking about Balkos.
So when you get the kid who has a second generation learning the fundamentals of foosball correctly from a parent who knows the rules well, and they grow up around the sport, and then they grow up fearless. He's won at every level, expert, amateur. He's won pro stuff too.
And again, setting it up and hammering it home to make it 3-0. Do not have a scorekeeper for this one, it doesn't look like, so we will be keeping score the old-fashioned way. Score these.
And once again, we're in the main draw now. They've narrowed it down out of the qualifying rounds. These are elimination.
So this
matches.
is round of 32. 32 players qualified in the elimination bracket. What an opening game from Balkos. He's up 4-1 here in game 1.
And what happens when a young man who probably knows Trevor Park's reputation and seeing him play and knowing he's a singles champion just says, you know what, you're old to me. I'm just going to go right for the jugular from ball 1 because it's my time.
It's just whether or not this kind of play, and he's come out, just gets it, grabs it, and rips it.
Gosh.
And game 1 goes to Jacob Balkos. Is it sustainable? You know Trevor's now going to make some adjustments, going to slow down the pace. Trevor now will come out in this second game a different player. Can Jacob Balkos, with that kind of energy and that kind of talent and power, can he sustain it throughout an entire match? We'll see.
But Jim, doesn't it feel like just yesterday that Trevor was getting the ball and shooting within 3 seconds? That split, that push side, that pull side, that was like Trevor Park, a blink of an eye ago, like yesterday.
That's really something.
Yeah.
That's now more than 25 years ago. Crazy. It's late 90s.
And they just walked away from the table like they won't plenty of the water. Here we go. Jacob heading back to the table now.
And feeling good about it, but again, you know, when you win a game like that, you have a tendency to sort of maybe relax a little bit for that second game, and that's something you can't afford to do. If he's going to win this match, and right now he's up 1-0, he's got to sustain that kind of energy and be flexible to make any adjustments that might come before him.
So we saw Trevor and Jacob both get a cup of water, probably not make any awkward remarks to each other as they went to the same water. What's it called when you gossip at the water? What the water? Not
Cooler.
the water cooler.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That one brain cell's not warmed up anymore. That was an hour ago.
There we go. Second game underway. Trevor Park quickly through the lane. Will set it up, looking to strike first here in this second game. Down 1-0 in about 3 minutes. And he does open up game number 2 with scoring. Watch here. This is just a quick set near side from Trevor Park. Quick left hook ends up turning into a pass as he catches that left hook. That quick set near side. Now, if you're Trevor, do you want to slow things down a little bit, even though his tendency oftentimes is to kind of play in that rhythm style, that kind of rolling along, getting it and going with it, getting a quick read? Or do you want to really slow things down against this powerful young kid? We'll see.
I don't know. I think Trevor. Trevor has the presence of mind and the experience to go both ways, try one way and then switch the other way. But right now he's trying to match speed. It's not working very well.
Does that become ego at that point, where I can play like this too? I can beat you at your own game, sort of thing? Because I'm not sure he can, unless he's getting lots of blocks, and that shot ripped off the post up into the air and off the table.
It could be ego, but it could also be some kind of midlife foosball crisis where you're like, am I conceding that I can't do this anymore?
All right, there's that.
I don't know. Let's get deep.
Tied up at 1 here in game number 2. Trevor Park has scored both of them. One for himself, one for Balkos. Of course, Trevor out of Southern California. Jacob Balkos out of the Twin Cities of Minneapolis, St. Paul. Oh, beautiful tic-tac. Smooth pull kick there from Trevor, and he'll end up with the ball in a quick set, cut back down the middle, snake shot. Watch this. Pushed it over and then angled it right back between. And he can do that when he wants to, but that was not intentional.
I don't think he meant that one, but it was beauty.
And that one blocked up in the air and off the table. So he's starting to get some blocks, starting to get some stops.
Here's the danger for Jacob. I'll say this. there's no doubt in my mind that Trevor's a better goalie than Jacob. So if Trevor picks something up defensively,
Yep.
Jacob will be in trouble.
And again, we talked about this earlier. What are the opponent's strengths? What are their weaknesses? How can I exploit them? But you got to find them, and Trevor is very good at doing that. Trevor became a really good goalie once he partnered up with Billy Pappas. But Billy's here this weekend. I did see Billy wandering around, and there's Balkos.
Hustle points, man. They're not using their automatic score counter on the.
No,
I
we're,
don't-
now we nope, we're not.
They're using the counter, the markers the old way. Good news, we could see it well.
And that one angled into that short side beautifully by Balkos, and now he's a goal away from taking a 2-0 lead here in this round of 32 elimination bracket men's singles match. Again, if I'm going up against Balkos here, I'm going to change up the tempo, change up the pace a little bit, take the kid out of his rhythm. Because when he's flowing, when he's rolling, he is tough. He is a great pickup game player. If you've ever watched him just getting a late night match and he just starts rolling and doing these amazing things, it's pretty tough to stop him. Park could use this one. One game to nothing lead for Jacob Balkos. Opening round of men's singles elimination bracket. Banked off the inside wall by Trevor. And a chance here for Balkos to win game number 2. Lindo off the post. Rebound grab by Trevor. Yeah, it's amazing when we talk about the young Trevor Park, and really he hit the tour at a very young age and was effective as a teenager out on the major tour. And that's close to 30 years ago. And shot down the middle, the push kick from goal. It is 2-0 in favor of Balkos.
So I met Trevor Park, and I think he was 14, and his brother Leonard Park was at the time promoting the striker table.
That's right.
And they moved to Northern California, and I met Trevor at Champions Billiards, where Phil Schlafer had his comic shop, and he had 2 tornadoes in there. And Trevor was just a young. He was like, he wouldn't have a T-shirt, wasn't even clean. He was just a dirty little kid, and he's been around foosball at a high level from that. I mean, and he just became amazing. The next couple of years, he would end up winning at every single level, and then being a dominant force as a pro.
So Jacob Balkos up 2-0. And he has done it from goal. He's done it from forward.
So we get to see if Trevor's head is really in it. Is Trevor really in it?
Doesn't feel like it. It does not. No.
Well, Trevor's a challenge-oriented guy, but we got to see if he's like, okay, I want to test myself at this point. You can't take anything away from Jacob. Jacob has just been steamrolling him. But Trevor has a lot more to offer. Does he want to give it right now? He's a slingshot attempt. Oh, slow to get back to it.
Here's Balkos. Already leads 2-0. He'll regrip and find the hole. It's 1-0 here in the third. So he regripped and quickly went far side. Might have been a bit of a cutback. And the takeaway. Balkos hitting on all cylinders right now. It's 2-0.
Boom. Yikes, man.
Trevor down 2-0 in games, down 2-0 in score here in the third. And at this stage of the game, not sure he's willing to put out the effort to come back. We'll see.
Oh, yeah.
Try to come back down the middle. Balkos will get a second chance after the block by Park. Trevor hanging out on that far side of the goal to make the block and the takeaway. They'll now step into the forward position. Balkos
That was
continuing
sweet.
to roll.
Yeah.
It's 3-0.
You can't get a couple blocks while he's playing at a high level and give the ball back to him for another opportunity. There was opportunities there for Trevor to convert.
Trevor able to take it away here. Balkos jumped on him early and has not let up since, as he's up now 3-1 in game number 3. Match point for Jacob Balkos.
And the reigning Tornado singles champion is about to get blown out of the water
In the opening round.
Oh, trying to finish him with some
Pass.
style.
Well, Trevor, you mentioned it. He's challenge oriented, and he certainly has a challenge in front of him here if he chooses to accept it. But Balkos could make it a moot point as he sets it up and looks for a win. Get another chance here. Jacob Balkos.
He's really trying to crush that push side.
Something like, what,
Oh.
15-4, the final score of this one, as Jacob Balkos in 3 straight games eliminates Trevor Park in this opening round match in the elimination bracket of men's singles. 15-4 overall, 5-1, 5-2, 5-1, as Balkos dominates Trevor Park.
And that's about as bad as you'll see Trevor Park ever get beat. And if Jacob could keep that up, it's a coming out party for Jacob. Because if he plays like that and takes people out of their game and just puts a shellacking on them from ball one, Jacob's going to go deep into this bracket.
Yeah. However, he's going to encounter players who are going to adjust to what he's doing, and he is going to have to at some point use the brain and not just those exceptional skills that he possesses. So we'll see how it all plays out as we move forward. But it's Jacob Balkos, the first player into the round of 16 in men's singles.
how you caught him with the.
Got him leaving out. And he's leaving it all on hit off all day.
The difference is when you started doing the rock with him. The very first one, I'm glad you stuck with it. The very first one, he threw a hitch and went push. But
Hit the wall. Hit the wall.
his push side is way weaker than his pull.
I wasn't sure if he tried to cut that.
Yeah, I think he does. He does.
That's the second one, I'm sure.
Yeah. So the second one, he tried to, and it just went straight. Too early. What the hell?
I know, it's way too early.
This is my first match. Yeah. I didn't got a bye too. I didn't have it qualified.
That's rough.
At least you got a warm up. All right, brother, let's do it. I got two new ones in there, so those are all right. You got a coin?
Yeah.
You using a wrist right now?
Yeah. What?
Dude, hey. Oh shit, with me, I can't bet against me. I'll take the ball. I'll let you check it out. I'll go to the bathroom real quick.
Jim Stevens and Mark Torres back with you here in finals area zone 1 for some more action in the round of 32. And a couple of American stars battling here on this table. You see Blake Robertson over there on the left side. See Tony Sprademan on the right. Always fun to watch Tony. I think you can always count on Mark Torres with Tony Sprademan is the effort. Every ball, you're never going to see him back on his heels. He's always on his toes, aggressive.
Now, Blake and Tony have played each other an unknown number of times. I know this for sure.
It's in the millions, I think.
Blake beat Tony one time. It was in Florida.
I was there. We were there.
Yeah, that's it. Beach Town beat down, one win against Tony. But I saw Tony. Tony doesn't mess with anybody. And he was on this table warming up way early. Tony's not goofing around.
Nope.
Tony's a professional foosball player by trade. And he's going to go right after Blake.
Going to play every ball
Yep.
and play Tony. Put Tony Sprademan product on the table each and every ball. Got a chance to strike first here in game number 1. Best 3 games out of 5. The winner of this would join Jacob Balkos in that round of 16.
We just saw Jacob blitz Trevor Park.
Tony blocked and taken away by Robertson. Both these players, of course, know each other very well. The old Beach Town beatdown.
Oh, Beach Town beat down.
That was quite a weekend down in Florida, South Florida.
Shout out to South Florida Foosball Club and
Yeah,
Luke Watson and Tommy
miss those guys.
Brewer, Dana Brewer.
And Tony on the scoreboard first here in game number 1. And you know, it's got to kind of work on you over a long period of time. When a guy continuously beats you, it'd be kind of hard to get up for the match. But Robertson, certainly ultra talented. This is a player who has won championships.
Singles, doubles, every level. World Cup.
World champion, the world
Multi-table.
multi-table world champion, playing forward for Ryan Moore. And Tony coming out to get the first 2 here in game number 1. This one to that far side of the goal.
We're monitoring the chat. If you have any questions,
Yeah.
anything you want to know, anything, any technical stuff.
Technical stuff? You mean like how production works? And
Like human
Internet.
anatomy.
oh, human,
Like where things are. How to find things.
I think we got almost every topic. We'd be a good trivia pursuit team. So
We should find a bar tonight. Just figure out. Be on opposite teams to level the playing field.
Blake Robertson on the scoreboard with this quick pull shot to the straight hole. It's 3-1. So Tony, as he so often does, off to a good start. Has there ever been a more consistent player than Tony Sprademan? I'm not sure. Frederick Collignon certainly in that mix as well. But every ball, it doesn't matter the situation, doesn't matter the conditions. You're going to get Tony trying to produce his A game each and every ball.
You know, when we did our top 50 all time on Tornado,
Or on the American Tour.
on the American Tour, that's what it was, sorry. Yeah, it was Tony. And it was Tony because if you really look at the body of work and you look at, you know, people always love to go back to the 70s and reminisce. People can
That
remember
was
those.
singles players, right? Top singles
Well, not just,
players.
yes,
wasn't
but
it?
not,
Yeah.
yeah, it was, but remember, TS was like 4 years. You really break it down, it's like 4 or 5 good years,
Yep.
right? And Dynamo was
Intense,
like 2 years,
concentrated 5
Yes,
years, but yes.
But Tornado, Tony's been doing this at the highest level
Yep.
for 2 decades, right?
That's right. Tony reached his first World Singles Final on Tornado in 2002. Is that crazy? And congratulations to Tony, by the way, as he is one of the 2 newest members of the United States Table Soccer Hall of Fame. We became eligible when he turned 40. Is that crazy? Young Tony Sprademan is 40 years old.
Who made the call on that first win? It was you and me, dude.
Yeah, that was you and me.
Yes, that's right.
We were there. That's right, it
You
was.
were there.
And that was big news. That was 22 years ago, 2003.
So I think it was 2000. He won like 8 or 9 or 10 events.
2001, yeah.
Whatever one. He won rookie doubles, rookie singles, amateur doubles, amateur singles, amateur doubles, amateur singles. He won everything. And then the next year he got the finals of open singles and lost.
That's right.
And then the next year he wins open singles.
Yep. Lost to Fred in 2002, and then I think beat Lewis Cartwright, I think, in 03. Here's
Yeah,
Robertson.
that's right. I was there. He
Coming back down the
destroyed
middle.
Lewis. Sorry. Got a question in chat.
Oh, good.
So, for first, when will Tony shave next time? He does it by request. And then, been seeing Collignon playing again on Jupiter table. Any rumors of him coming back on tour?
My guess is with Collignon, he's probably playing like his local league, you know, on a Friday night. Why not? He's out there on the Jupiter table, which is non-ITSF, but certainly a table that's been used in Europe for many years. As far as Tony's beard, I don't think he's ever shaving it. He looks great. You know, he's got that Euro beard going on. He looks like he's from Denmark, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, like a Viking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally does. I think he likes it. He's embraced the whole idea of living in Europe. He lives in Romania. And I don't think he's ever shaven.
Again.
Yeah. Even if we request it. Now,
Like
if you
ZZ Top.
request it.
Like ZZ Top.
Tony won that opening game, by the way, and we are opening up game number 2 with the ball in possession of Blake Robertson, who rims it off both posts up into the air and off the table.
So one of the problems that is a ongoing problem, and has been a problem, and Tony and I have talked about this privately and publicly, people come up to the table versus Tony already 2 points behind.
Yep.
They come up defeatist. They come up like they don't believe they can win, and that is a massive, massive issue. It's a psychological barrier that's created in between your ears.
It is.
And for Blake to have such a huge losing record to Tony, you wonder if Blake comes to the table in general believing he has a chance to win. And all that stuff matters.
I don't think he does. I don't think he really feels like he can. Now, can he? Yes, of course he can. Super talented player. You never know what could happen. But it also, I think it's how you shape a player early in their career. I'm a big believer, and this is something I work with my kids. I'm a big believer in process over results. Okay, you focus in only on the process of what you're doing, whether winning and losing, literally, I know this is weird to say, but it doesn't matter. Okay, that'll take care of itself.
Just the inner game of tennis, by the way, being manifested as a father.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so my kids, and they both practice this, you know, and because they take that approach, the results will come. They will. But you don't ever focus on them. It doesn't matter. Winning or losing does not matter. And because of that, when they win, yeah, they're happy. When they lose, they're not unhappy. We'll put it that way. And it's just really, you don't care who you're playing. It doesn't matter. Blake would walk up to the table simply focused on what he can do on the table in each moment. And that's kind of and that's Tony's approach 100%. Tony doesn't fear anybody. Tony didn't fear anybody from day one. He didn't fear Frederick Collignon in that 2002 World Final.
Even when he lost, he didn't fear him.
He stayed on that table just practicing and knowing that it was a process. And there's that beautiful snake shot far side from Robertson. We're even at 2 here in game number 2. Tony sprayed him up 1-0. But I'm a big believer in it, and it's producing results for my kids. I think they're real level. They don't, you know, there isn't. You do see some kids when they don't win or the umpire makes a bad call, they're not going to be happy. They're going to cry and whatever. But just keep them focused on what they can do, what they can control in each moment, and the results will come. And actually, not only for sports, that applies across the board. You use sports as your exercise to teach that, but it applies to every aspect of life.
I'm also a big fan of that, Jim. I preach that to my children. They competed at multiple levels. They competed. They swam. They now do jiu-jitsu. I can't think of the other sport they do because they don't do it anymore. Lacrosse was the other sport, but all about the process, all about loving the journey.
That's right.
Love the journey. If you love the journey and love the process, the outcome will be, they'll be what they are, but the journey is the most important.
That's right. And you want him to love, my son is a baseball lover, and because of that, he can't wait to go play, and because of that, he improves, stays open to improvement, finds little incremental things he can improve on each and every day, and that process eventually will lead him to becoming a baseball announcer.
I love that. I love that. It's amazing. Staying relevant, bringing this back in. You know who else had that? Who put that? Remember when people used to celebrate if they won a game against Federico?
Yeah.
If they won one game against him, they'd celebrate.
Yes, they would.
That's pretty defeatist, right?
It is.
No thought of winning.
No.
Just like, hey, let's get a game off this guy.
Yeah. No, it's so true. And in Europe in particular, it was that way because Fred, for about a 10-year period, won everything he played in Europe on every table. Well, meanwhile, also dominating the American tour as much as it can be dominated. 3-2 lead here in the second game for Tony, who has been in control throughout. And again, everything Tony does has meaning. He knows why he's doing everything, every little tap, every little movement. he just stays in that moment and does what he can do. Results or whatever. And you'll see it from Tony. When Tony loses, he is a really, generally speaking, a really good sport and isn't somebody who takes losing real hard, at least externally. You know, he will just take that loss and find little ways to improve the next time. That's what happened back in 02. And in 03 he was a champ. The rest is history.
Ooh, we just missed that dead bar pull side. Blake's sticking around. He's sticking around, and Tony's giving him chances. Tony has not been as impressive on his 3-bar this weekend. Not yet. May build up to it. But it's not like he's been scoring like a machine like he usually does.
But how much, I mean, Tony in Europe, how much is he, I mean, he's playing on other tables. I wonder how much that has compromised or kind of watered down his tornado game a little bit, diluted it. And Tony right now is certainly as good of a multi-table player as he has ever been. He's been a good one for a long time. Beautiful ball pass by Robertson, who finds that whole far side. A little bit of energy from Blake Robertson. He's even it up at 3 here in this second game. Spreadman looking for the lead. And you know that approach, and we'll move past this here in a minute, folks, but that same approach also allows you to play every ball regardless of what the situation is. For 4-ball, it's just a ball. It's just a ball that you play. You don't feel that pressure. You know, you are just, he executed that cut back there, much to the dismay of Tony.
You know, as much as we're talking about walking up to the table, not believing he could win, Blake's doing his best.
Yes.
He's taking the time out. He's feeling the pressure. You can see him trying to, you know.
And at this stage of Blake's career and Blake's life, maybe that isn't as much of a factor as it was at some point.
So Blake has a couple tour wins, right? Does he have the body of work to be a Hall of Famer?
He's close. I mean, he's got world championships, and so you know, my thought is probably. You know, and there's that shot far side from a current Hall of Famer in Tony Spreadman, as he caught Blake in that switch and found the far side of the goal to make it 4-3. Speaking of the Hall of Fame, I mean, I think maybe you have to start kind of looking at maybe Terry Rue as somebody to look at. And you know, there's one player and I vote for her every year, and I don't really understand why she isn't in the Hall of Fame yet, and she's kind of forgotten. But that's Stacey Fowler. Multiple world champion, has won singles, has won doubles, has been instrumental in the United States efforts at the World Cup, has been a huge leader on that American team with a gold medal. And for me, I just kind of feel she's just been overlooked for some reason. Not really understanding why.
Sorry, I mean a sticker. I saw the 5-bar shot. It was bad timing. No, Stacey's amazing.
Spreadman shot at him near side as he looks to put away game number 2. Is blocked and taken away by Robertson. 4-3 lead for Tony here in the second game. He leads 1-0. Men's singles round of 32. Oh, and a quick dink short side closes out that second game. Watch this. It comes to Tony. He comes around it and sends it into the goal with a dink. Tony Spreadman has come out to win these first 2 games of this men's singles round of 32 match.
Masters and games, and Masters and matches. That's what Masters do, and that's, for me, that's the metric that differentiates a master from a pro. And then there's all kinds of dimensions and layers to that, obviously, but there's no, that angle up was sweet. The 3 to the 5 angle up. We saw it, the best observation of that was Frederic Collignon passing and scoring on so many memorable match balls. So and at World Championships, when the pressure's on, and when the heat is on.
No, it elevated him. There was, and really he just did what he does and did it at the highest level, at the best of his ability. Opening up game number 3 in this round of 32 match. 64 spots were available. I'm thinking, what was it? Because Tony had a bye in the first round, in the round of 64. He was the number 1 seed, by the way, after qualification. Blake Robertson, the number 32 seed, which makes sense. They're playing in the round of 32. But Blake did get through Hani Alami in that opening round, the round of 64. Tommy York qualified only at number 17. But you will find sometimes, and of course Tony's not capable of really taking off a qualification round. He's just going to do what he always does every ball, right? So, but I think in some cases, and maybe that's the case here with Tommy, Matt, just figuring it doesn't really matter where I qualify so much. I can beat anybody I play, and there's that approach. I would like it if there was a little more incentive for players to qualify high beyond the seeding aspect of it, which isn't always looked at as a huge advantage.
It could be as much as a 10% discount on pretzels. And that they'd compete for it. You know, I want those
you're
damn
right.
pretzels.
You're right.
But there's a pass that Tony did, a possession back, where he did a little brushy angle down. To it's just a filthy, dirty pass. Because people stick to the wall, and he could see it.
You feel
it's
helpless.
horrible.
You feel helpless.
Yeah.
There's a quick set near side from Tony.
Hopefully we see it again, but Blake's plastered to the wall because you have to be completely terrified of his wall pass because he can hit it 50 different ways. And he does a little angle down for the man on the wall. It's just brutal.
Well, any energy that Blake Robertson created in that second game is sort of dissipated as he is now down 3-0 here in this third game. Some of the names here this weekend. There's Brandon Moreland, future Hall of Famer, I think, playing. Todd Lafredo is here, and Tom Yore. Terry Rue, of course, the aforementioned. Tracy McMillan. No Dave Gummison. Tony in control, banks that one off the wall, will pick it up, set it up. Blake got a piece of that one, Tony with the rebound.
He just missed that. He went push side. He should have beat that man.
He has garnered some information, which he will utilize here, and it's match point for Tony Spredeman. Didn't take much time here, didn't need to, and Robertson, I think, has realized his fate in this match. Yeah, what a resume Tony Spredeman has put together in his career. Just extraordinary. I believe on our overall list of top players, Tony finished second, and he is able to close out the match here in 3 straight games as Tony Spredeman defeats Blake Robertson to advance to the rounds of 16, joining Jacob Balkos as men's singles here at the 2025 Tornado World Series continues. And we'll be back with more after this.
Is he in the bracket? What?
Next round, if Tommy Yore beats Brandon Moreland, Tony and him will play.
Oh boy.
Round of 16.
Who's Tommy Orr playing? Brandon Moore? It's rough, man. It's on the other side.
This is where the qualifying thing kind of hurts you potentially.
Who's on the other side? Let's see. Lafredo playing right now. Tom Yore and Simon Barros. Dia Schultz. Dude, are we gonna have a drink or are we gonna get a meal? 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I think we can take a round off or find Keith. Keith's probably playing. But yeah, let's get.
I don't think we can take a round off, but we can try to do 2 things at once. Maybe we should get some DoorDash. Should we DoorDash something?
Maybe we should. Maybe that would be better.
Let's see.
It's hard to. Last night trying to eat that burger and trying to commentate. It's like
Let's see what DoorDash has for us.
I'll let you choose your restaurant. How easy.
Question is, are you a Chick-fil-A fan?
I mean, it's not
Never mind. Never mind, because I forgot that's the app. Well, give me a food type, dude. Tell me what you want to eat, because I'm that easy.
easy
Ryan's
though.
in, Ryan's number 15 seed. Is he still in? Still learning the app.
Are you a poke bowl guy? You like poke, like tuna and rice? Are you really?
Yeah, like, I sound like at least 30 of that. I got at least 30 and you have that too.
It's so fresh there.
I might use my company credit card again. Feed us one meal a day. Why not? Why don't you pick what you want? I'm gonna put my credit card. It's a place that's gonna deliver here, and I gotta put all kinds of notes in and tell them what to do. Yeah, they gotta play each other seriously now, Jim. That's bad. They fucked around against each other in the qualifiers.
These two?
Now, yeah, Skelly and Sully.
So just defaults to 2 ahi tunas.
There's other choices there.
Base is either rice or noodles.
You deliver it to the front lobby, and then I go get it from the lobby, or should I have to bring it right to the room?
If you will.
Well, I can put it in here. Table soccer tournament room. Inside foods.
Yes, sorry.
Rededicated myself to the point last few years. I mean, the
Yep.
Oh, we've been unmuted the whole time.
Have we really?
I think so.
We apologize, folks, for whatever we might have said. Jim Stevenson, Mark Torres back with you. We now turn our attention to the women's singles competition, and there's Sullivan Rue getting on the scoreboard here in this opening game. Her opponent, Isabel Stelly. Two players from the state of Louisiana.
DoorDash for the win. We got a Pokeball, two Pokeballs
Two
coming.
Pokeballs coming.
You heard the whole conversation.
Yeah. Gosh, what else did we say? Makes you wonder.
Dude, I thought What-
You're in charge of muting and unmuting.
I know, man. I think we said anything about anything really about except for DoorDash.
DoorDash, yeah.
Using whatever. If we said anything compromising, please repeat it in the chat.
Yeah.
We need
2-2 here
documentation
in
of
game
it.
number one. Is two players who are certainly capable of winning this event, in Sullivan Rue and Isabel Stelly. Always a good matchup between these two.
Only one F-bomb. It had to be me.
It was not me. No.
We saw these young ladies. I saw them
Uh-huh.
out in the tournament room, and they are playing a qualification round.
Okay.
And they had decided that they were going to have fun.
Okay.
And they did. And they were like quick shooting each other, slingshots, the whole thing. Now here's where the rubber hits the road. I could see why they would do that in a qualifying round, because now here we are, and very serious now.
But again, it's Isabel Stelly, the number 7 seed after qualifying, and Sullivan Rue, number 10. So again, I would just love to see a little bit more of an incentive for players to qualify high beyond just seeding. I know just seeding really matters at times. Maybe other times they don't feel it does. So
What could you possibly offer, though, besides is money an incentive?
Yeah, I would think.
Like bounties? Like,
I don't know about that.
and what do you do?
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if there's a precedent in other sports for that. And maybe just in other sports, the seeding itself is enough of an incentive.
After the shot, okay, chat. What Jim and I are talking about is in the Swiss system, if you've qualified, it becomes a question how much effort or interest you deliver to your non-qualifying matches. With the exception of seeding, how do you keep people motivated to continue to play hard after they've qualified? You got any ideas?
And I know in some cases there's a bye awarded for the top 3 or 4 seeds or whatever, and maybe that's can be certainly enough of an incentive. Sullivan Rue now up 4-2 here in this first game.
Lewis Wireman said the worst thing said was that you weren't getting Chick-fil-A for lunch. All right, let me tell you guys a story.
One to the far side by Stelly to make it 4-3.
A quick story. If I showed you a screenshot, I have over 50,000 Chick-fil-A points. Over 50,000.
Wow. I don't know what that means, but it sounds
it's
awesome.
a shit ton.
Yeah.
Like I could literally buy an ice cream cone for everyone in this room.
Wow, no kidding. Why aren't you?
Well, I cater professional events with Chick-fil-A all the time, so I could spike my points.
I see.
And then I basically could eat for free. So I was like, you want Chick-fil-A?
So you're eating Chick-fil-A about once a day.
Kind of. Shanghai did bounties. Anyway, back to the task at hand. This is tightened up, isn't it, Jim?
Yes, 4-3 here in this first game. Rue in the lead, and certainly after her win yesterday in the gold final, the Floro gold final, you would think she would be the favorite in this event here, and she probably is, although still just that number 10 seed. Which means she's got to play. These two have to play early in the event as opposed to a semifinal or even a final.
So Sully's the number 10 seed?
Sully is the number 10 seed.
Yikes.
And again, I suppose getting back to that whole process approach is you just play every ball the same no matter what the conditions. You know, Tony Sprademan is the number 1 seed here this weekend in men's singles because of that approach. Doesn't matter what the situation or conditions are, you're going to play the same every ball, period. And Tony is so locked into that approach, he really can't do it any other way. And there's Stelly able to sneak one through between the defensive men of Sullivan Rue, and it's now 4-4. 2 in a row from Stelly.
So Sully's coming off the gold finals win, 5,000 euros. Do you think there could be a little bit of a letdown? Do you think she could be kind of like...
And stroking it home here to close out game number 1 is Sullivan Rue. Yeah, I think so. And then maybe that's part of the reason she's the number 10 seed. And perhaps it could contribute to somewhat of a slow start. But I think once she gets going, it's just going to fall into place for her. And she still remains
not that one.
The favorite.
A little montage. We'll look for the dead bar closeout here if they show it. If they get to it in time, I think they will.
Yeah, just showing you a replay of all of the various scores. And kind of nice that they can do this.
That one was, here you go, kaboom. It went to the line. That's got to be a dead bar shot. I don't think it's splitter. You think it's splitter?
I don't know. We don't have access to that. I thought it did. Naked eye, I thought maybe it's split or long split.
If it didn't splitter, that was on the white line with just a very slight angle on the white line.
Here we go. Second game underway. Sullivan Rue leading 1-0. Stelly along that near wall. These two ladies have played against each other so much over the last 5 years or so. I think it's one of the reasons that Isabel Stelly became such a good player so quickly is playing against Sully and trying to keep up with the Joneses, or the Rues in this case. But that Louisiana scene, pretty strong. A lot of talented players living down there right now.
Callum Oaks and Miriam Ali live down there now. You get Brandon Munoz, Terry Rue.
Terry Rue, yeah.
Became overnight one of the strongest scenes anywhere.
One 1-0 lead for Sully Rue, who I think is looking forward to competing in Spain next month at the World Championships and World Cup. Certainly a woman who is capable of winning that multi-table singles championship. You see there, Sully getting on the scoreboard first here in game 2. Looks very much in control. Very focused performance despite the playfulness of the qualification round match.
Game's over. Playtime's over.
Shot down the middle here, blocked by the 5 of Stelly, comes back to Rue. And that one blocked back into the goal by Isabel Stelly. You see, she tried to come to the short side, got the 5-row on it. Sullivan couldn't keep it out. And we're tied at 1 here in the second game.
I did a Pandemonium episode just prior to this, like, I don't know, Tuesday. And Sully said she'd been playing with Isabel a ton to get ready for this gold final. And the pros and cons of that, well, she absolutely prepared Sully to win that event. The cons is we don't know who ends up on the better side of preparing for each other, right?
Yeah, but you still wouldn't want to discourage them from doing that.
Oh, 100%
ideally,
no.
right?
But someone probably gets a little more out of it
Yeah.
for preparation against each other.
For sure. Do you know that Sully put in the appropriate repetitions on her home table?
If in the next 10 minutes
Yeah.
I go dark, mysteriously dark, I'm probably grabbing tuna poke bowls from
Yeah.
someone in the wild.
Did you get ahi? I would hope. Obviously,
I
the
did.
traditional. Yeah. Even though we are in the middle of the country, I'm guessing that they bring in some pretty good tuna.
Back in the day, you would never get an ahi tuna poke bowl. Back before they shipped the fish,
Yeah.
where are you going to get the fish from?
Yeah, you need to be on the coast for that. And of course, my sister who lives on Maui, every time I would visit her, I would make sure I hit the local poke joint or food truck. And you know that fish was probably caught that morning, right? That's how fresh it was. I don't think you could say the same about Chick-fil-A.
Oh, those chickens are caught that morning. Trust me.
Well, of course they're caught. They don't have any legs. They're just in cages. And
Boom, throwing the rod. How's that? Get some fire out of you,
You like that.
Stelly.
Isabel to the far side in the recoil. It's 2-2. You love it when good friends can recoil against each other. Even at 2 here in game 2.
So Jim and I were talking in another one of these fooscasts about the issues with training in East Side Ghetto, San Jose, and how it was all just ego and testosterone. Throwing the rod at someone was basically pointing a weapon at them. You throw a rod, you had to throw the rod back, and you just had to. But I think it still ignites that kind of thing when you're playing against someone, they throw the rod at you, right?
Transition goal there is Sully got the right hand on that 5-row, then banked it off that outside wall into the goal, and she's up 3-2 here in this second game, and takes the ball away on that wall pass effort from Stelly. Then the pass attempt turns into a shot, and
Stelly needs a timeout after that
Stelly
one.
not happy about that.
So let's ask the chat. You're playing a competitive match, and someone throws the rod and recoils after their pull shot.
Yeah.
Is that incendiary? Are you like, all right, you just threw the rod at me. Now I'm throwing rods at you. Or are you like, I'm going to dink you to throw you off because you threw the rod at me and I don't need to fire back. What is your, I'm asking the question to you, Jim. Someone shoots a push kick on you, throws the rod.
Yeah, I think there were periods in my life where I would not have taken that well. But where I live in Durango, Colorado is about 225 miles north of Albuquerque, New Mexico. And there are some players out of Albuquerque, and I'm sure many of you here in America know who they are, and I love them. They're great guys, but after every single shot, they're recoiling the rod.
Oh, boy, yeah.
And so it gets to a point where you just go, that's just the Albuquerque style, right? It's just them doing what they do for whatever reason. So I just began to think it was kind of cute. It was okay. And then I would dink them.
Yeah.
So.
I wonder if we could see in Tornado Analytics if the bearing sales and are higher in New Mexico.
Point. I'm sure they are. Sully now with a chance to close out game number 2. She leads 4-2 here in the second game. And she's caught a couple of breaks, although oftentimes you make your own breaks. Hustle points, transition goals, whatever you want to call them. Good defense.
G-Funk 808, who I'm pretty sure is Nick Fursey, is saying game doesn't start till a rod is thrown.
Ah, I like that. Yeah, for sure.
Lobato said I cry and call a ref. Well, we had a left-handed player in California named Ray Cota, and when he threw the rod at you, it was like throwing flowers at you, but you were madder.
I'm a culprit myself on my push kick, and even in Europe, I got called on it a couple times. First of all, you have to make sure you make it in order to recoil. If you recoil on a shot you don't make, then it's a jar. But I did it for different reasons. When I threw the rod like that after a push kick, it was just because otherwise it kind of hurt my arm. If I let the rod recoil, it took less pressure off my elbow.
I don't like that motion you just made with your hand in the booth, Jim. I don't like that at all. It came from the wrong direction, by the way. Dark Side saying, I go with the scream fist pump. Louis Waterman in foosball and in automobiles, throwing a rod isn't a good thing. Holger SCH, it depends.
Can you even throw a rod in a modern car? I'm not sure you can.
A massive and very hard one, I would shout out a warning, and later a ref would call it a foul.
Are you previewing these before you read them? And Sullivan Rue with that shot attempt down the middle. And she's now up 2-0.
Oh, these are 3 out of 5.
3 out of 5, yeah. Why should it be any different
No,
just because
that's
they're
right.
women?
No, I actually thought that Jacob
Careful.
and Trevor was 2 out of 3, but I now remember he beat him 3 straight.
Three
That's
straight.
right.
It just took about as long as a 2 out of 3. It took about as long as a 1 game, actually. That
If you didn't
match
see it.
literally about 10 minutes.
If you didn't see it, rewind here. You'll see Jacob just blitz Trevor Park. As bad as you've ever seen Trevor Park starched in a singles match.
Yeah. Yeah, it was not pretty. Some breaks in that second game, certainly for Sullivan Rue. You saw that one off the outside wall, and it's kind of getting under Stelly's skin. And another one there, and she had to walk away from the table. She's got to find a way just to focus again on what she is doing. Not worry about the fates, just play good defense.
Terry Rue is
Make
up
the
here shaking his head.
adjustments.
Terry Rue, who gets to see these young ladies play together all the time, is as disappointed as anyone that they have to compete against each other.
Sully opening up this third game with a long push shot. Completely in control, Sullivan Rue. And Isabel has to find a way to shake off those other games. You really do need to leave them in the dust and move on if you can. Cursing the fates, cursing fortune, good or bad, is probably never worth the effort. Sully really hitting on all cylinders here and hoping not to throw a rod.
Nice long push shot. Now, no matter how you slice it, no matter what she's seeded, after winning the gold final and winning this event last year, you got to call her the favorite, right?
Unquestionably the favorite, yeah. I mean, she is the best lady tornado player in the world. There isn't, I don't think, any question about that. And she gets another one here, a defensive score. She's up 2-0. So we've done now 3 matches here on table number 1 in zone 1 here today, and all 3 of them have been rather one-sided. Oh, well, I guess we did the expert singles final. So that, but in the in the men's and women's singles, it's been pretty one-sided affairs. 3-0 lead now for Sullivan. And quick set push kick here, and she just gets it, goes with it, scores it, and she's on the scoreboard here in game 3. It's now 3-1. Nice save there by Sully, who dances back, then sends it back the other way off a man and in. It's Isabel Stelly is frustrated, to say the least.
Yep. Hey, G-Funk, this is both ITSF and Texas State. Lou is saying if you get in the habit of throwing the rod, you'll eventually throw the rod and the ball will bounce around and go in and it won't count. Correct.
Yeah. But again, you only throw the rod after you score. I know that sounds weird.
You know who used to have a recoil that was part of the shot and would give him trouble every once in a while? Was Adrian Zamora. His recoil was part of his tucking the ball every once in a while to get him in trouble. But the consummate gentleman.
It's about the only way he ever got in trouble, really. Right?
Yeah.
Chance to put away the match here for Rue. And a race. Stelly gets out there to make the block. Isabel again will use the left hand this time. Taken away by Sully. Another opportunity here for Sullivan Rue to advance to the round of 16 in women's singles. Dead race.
That was the right choice. She did the high backswing.
And defensive goal here from Stelly. If you're going to use that straight, though, you need to really sit, wait, and come from a dead stop, and then you get her to jump out of the way. And against the race defense, you kind of have to do that high back straight. Yeah, shout out to a couple of my Albuquerque buddies, the guys I was talking about. If anybody knows Mike Prieto, if you remember, pretty much every shot Mike would do would include a recoil. Great guy, though. Ben Cardenas, a great player. Law out of Albuquerque. I don't think either of them are playing a lot these days, but a couple of rod throwers, a couple of very good players. Isabel Stelly making a little mini comeback here in game number 3. She had scored the last 2 to cut Sully's lead to 1 at 4-3. Trying to get back into the match. As Sullivan Rue puts the ball back into play on her 5. Trying to come through that lane, knocked down by Stelly. Sully looking at a pull shot. Try to bring it short side. Has not had a lot of success with that. Another defensive goal here as Rue tried to take it down the middle. Blocked the 5 back into the goal. And just like that, it's 4-4. And Stelly, I believe, will call the timeout.
Catching up in some of the chat, and there was Funk Foos.
What's
remarked,
that?
Funk Foos is Funk Foos remarked, I'm not saying, I'm talking about Frederic, he would not win most of his games or win a title, but wonder why he doesn't want to try and beat Tony, Tommy, and Ryan at the top of their games. He absolutely dominated that scene when he was playing singles in Tornado. And then best player of the world, stays a legend this way, not like other sportsmen who missed the point to stop. Oh, I understand you, but he made the right decision. He's this year 50. Sorry.
Sullivan looking to put it away, but can't. It's blocked up into the air and off the table. Well, I think, you know, he decided that was it. It takes a lot of work, a lot of time. To play the game at that level.
Boy.
And now I can see him just playing for fun. He'd be the first draft pick, I'm sure, in his local league. But league foosball, Friday night league foosball in Europe is big. There are a lot of players who never play ITSF events or national events or tour
Thousands
events.
of players. Thousands.
Chance to win game 3 here for Isabel Stelly. And she does. So 4 in a row after being down 2 games to nothing, down 4-1 in the third. She comes storming back to steal it and get right back in the match. It's now 2-1. Wow, what a performance from Isabel Stelly.
I want to contribute to this conversation about Frederic. Jim and I had the great pleasure of watching Frederic and calling some of his greatest matches, and Jim even more so overseas. I heard from another aficionado about a sheet that exists that shows Frederic's winning record, and it is like, it's absolutely insanity.
It's
where
ridiculous.
He lost very few games.
Very few.
Won everything. And so when you have that kind of dominance and you're at the top, there you run out of things. Like he did everything anyone could ever do.
What more was there for him?
Yeah. And so Killian's a young boy, and he did everything. Frederic did everything right. He had no challenges left. Even coming back, he has to create challenges for himself probably if he wanted to come back and do stuff.
Here we go, 4th game underway after that amazing comeback in game number 3 from Isabel Stelly. And she's got a scoring opportunity here, so the momentum on the right side of the table right now. And Stelly will set it up, looking to strike first here in game 4. That one, though, blocked and taken away by Rue.
There's Sheila Sosa commenting. She's another California Foozer. And, yep. She was originally from the San Jose Bay Area before she moved. I think, were you San Jose, Sheila?
Yeah, there's Sully with that rolling push shot, trying to turn things back around after that comeback, and she's up 1-0 here in the 4th. 2 very talented lady players here on table number 1. One taken away by Rue. Yeah, closing a foosball match, closing in any sport is difficult. It is something that is a challenge, and most players are not great closers. The players that are great closers are the players that make the Hall of Fame or winning championships.
That's why Michael Jordan is the GOAT.
I'm a Magic Johnson guy.
I know, but there's a bias there. There's an LA bias there.
There's a bit of one.
Magic was the GOAT for me before Michael. Playing 5 positions as a
Michael
rookie in the NBA Finals. Let's focus, Jim. Just don't do it right now.
Don't do it right
later.
now. Don't talk about
do it later.
The lack of competition in the 1990s in the NBA.
Because he was the guy? Because he dominated? Because the
against who? Utah.
Do you hate him for
Shot
beating
down the
Ma-
middle.
He beat the Lakers in his first championship. Do you hate him for that?
No.
Okay,
I don't hate
let
him.
it go. Focus, dude. Michael's the GOAT. Focus. Just messing.
The Kareem-less Lakers, by the way.
I know.
All right, back on topic here. 2-1 lead for Sullivan Rue here in game number 4. 2 games to 1 lead as well for this talented multiple world champion out of Louisiana. I would hope, obviously, Sully wants to contribute to the American effort at the World Cup, but I would hope that in her sights is that multi-table women's singles championship.
It's got to be. She had a great showing in 2021, I think. Great showing.
For me, that's really almost the ultimate title in the sport.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, it's one that has never been won by Tony Spredeman. But we talked to Tony about that. We had him on the show when we did a show several years ago, and Tony was, I said, is that still kind of burned for you that you haven't yet won one of those? He said, no, not really.
Well, Mariam Ali said that he wants to win one now.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
it's
would hope
because he's
so.
over there practicing. He was working his butt off.
Yeah.
He should. That absolutely completes a resume.
Yeah, there is nothing else for him. So Sullivan Rue, again, controlling tempo. She's not had a lot of success shooting the pull shot from goal so far. So 2 or 3 of them have gotten stuffed, and that one again. Not sure why she's going with this instead of her strength, although she does put that one towards the goal. Picked up here with the left hand. Now moving into offensive position is Stelly. Going to slide that along that short side, taken away by Rue. Sullivan Rue to stroke that long. Gets back there to knock it up the table. Stelly able to pick it up. These two know each other's games so well.
Starting to get some breaks here. Starting to crawl back into it a little bit.
Yeah, breaks for the most part. I mean, yes, you kind of make your own breaks in many situations, but for the most part.